States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bye.
No, you have to stay for a second. Okay, for the invocation, Mr. Burke, please press your button.
All right. At this time, I'd like to introduce Pastor Doug Armand. He serves as a pastor at Church of the King in Mandeville. He's been a resident of St. Tammany Parish for 25 years, having moved from the South Shore in 1999. After a 25-year career in sales, Doug went to work and served as a pastor, the calling he felt at the age of 19 years old. He's been married to his beautiful wife, Michelle, for 28 years, and they have 4 children, Hannah, Grace, Benjamin, and Samuel.
Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it. And thank you for the invitation to be a part of tonight's meeting. And I also just want to say thank you to all of you that serve in government leadership. We're so grateful for all of you. It can be a thankless job in the days that we live in with social media and the like. And so we're very grateful for all of you serving the way that you do. Let's go ahead and pray. Father, we are grateful to you for the privilege of living in this great parish, in the parish of St. Tammany. We thank you for the state of Louisiana and for this great nation where we enjoy the freedom, God, that we have to worship you without fear. And God, we're grateful for that, a privilege that we do not take for granted. And Father, I pray for this group tonight, Lord, as they conduct their business, Lord, that you would give them wisdom. Lord, your word says that if we lack wisdom, we're to ask of you and you'll give it to us. And your wisdom is first pure, peaceable, gentle, easily entreated, full of mercy and good fruits. I pray for your wisdom to be manifest in all of their dealings, Lord. And God, I thank you for the promise of your word that says if we trust in you with all of our heart, lean not on our own understanding, but acknowledge you in all of our ways, you will direct our steps. So Lord, I bless these people that serve, and I pray that you continue to bless this parish, this great state of Louisiana, and the United States of America. Father, we commit it to you in the holy name of Jesus. Amen. God bless you guys. Thank you all for serving.
Girls, y'all did the best job.
You did,
I've seen anybody do.
All right, let me read this really quick. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. Smith? Here. Mr. Rowling?
Here.
Ms. Casabon?
Here.
Ms. Seiden?
Here.
Mr. Phillips?
Here.
Ms. Tanner?
Here.
Mr. Impastato?
Here.
Mr. Burt?
Here.
Mr. Kugel?
Here.
Ms. O'Brien? Mr. Lachlan?
Here.
Mr. Bender?
Here.
Mr. Corbin?
Here.
Mr. Strickland?
Here.
Miss Emily Lachlan?
Here.
And Miss Ellen Lachlan?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. A 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda, except appeals. To ensure that all speakers are heard, please hold cheers and applause. Anyone who wishes to place a comment in the record but does not wish to speak at the podium may fill out a speaker card and check the box indicating that they do not wish to speak. We have an announcement of a public meeting. Notice is hereby given that at its meeting to be held on Thursday, May 2nd, 2024 at 6 p.m. at the council chambers of the Parish Government Complex, 21490 Coop Drive, Mandeville, Louisiana. The Parish Council of the Parish of St. Tammany, State of Louisiana, plans to consider adopting a resolution ordering and calling an election to be held in Sales Tax District Number 3 of the Parish of St. Tammany, State of Louisiana, to authorize the extension and rededication of a sales tax and use tax therein. Now moving to presentations. Mr. President.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council and all those who are attending our parish council meeting here this evening. It's an honor for me to give out several proclamations this evening, the first 2 of which go to our junior council members, Emily and Ellen. So who's Emily and who's Ellen? Okay, great. Will you all come down, please? I have something to present to you. With the council chairman, Mr. Laughlin. and their mother, Eileen. Okay, if you would, come stand one on each side of. Okay, and let's look this way right now first, because I want to ask you again, who's Ellen and who's Emily?
Turn this way.
That's Ellen.
Y'all got that, right? Okay, so we have a certificate of recognition to you all for being junior council members. And I would like to present that on behalf of the council and my office to... Okay. So congratulations. It reads, for serving as junior council members at the April 04-24 council meeting, this certificate of recognition was unanimously approved by the parish council on this 4th day of April 2024, signed by the council chair and by the parish president. This is for you all. And now we're going to look into the camera.
Look at the camera, though. Thank you.
Thank you. We're so proud of you. Would y'all like to say a few words?
All right. Y'all are going to come this way.
Thank y'all. I'm waiting on the chair to return.
Mr. President, please continue.
So it's an honor for me as well to present a proclamation, as I do every month, to the Employee of the Month. One of our Team Tammany members that has earned recognition and was nominated by a representative of their office to receive this award and acknowledgement. So I'm happy to present this to Jennifer Landry. And Jennifer sitting right here, will be standing with me as I present this to you. Jennifer, if you'd come up, please, and bring your children and your husband, Chad.
This way?
Yeah, this way. So, again, a proclamation for Employee of the Month. Whereas Jennifer Landry began her employment with St. Tammany Parish government in December of 2018 as a Support Services 1 permit technician within the Department of Permits and Inspections. And whereas upon receiving her certificate, floodplain management certificate in 2022, she was promoted within that department to the role of watershed technician, in which she currently serves. And whereas Jennifer's daily responsibilities include the review of applications for residential building permits to ensure all applications comply with local regulations regarding non-point source pollution, fill in the floodplain, and other watershed management matters. And whereas Jennifer routinely goes above and beyond when addressing questions and concerns from applicants and always thoroughly explains the permitting process and our building requirements in order to safeguard our watershed against erosion, pollution, and other detrimental activities. And whereas Jennifer possesses a wealth of knowledge and is always willing to step in to assist her co-workers or share a new skill she has learned in order to improve the department's overall ability to serve the needs of the community. And whereas Jennifer is truly an outstanding employee who performs her duties in an exemplary manner and is committed to serving the citizens of St. Tammany Parish. Now, therefore, I, Michael B. Cooper, as parish president of this great parish of St. Tammany, do hereby recognize the hard work, dedication, and accomplishments of Jennifer Landry as Employee of the Month, April 2024, and encourage all citizens of St. Tammany Parish and our council members to thank her for her service and commitment to St. Tammany. Congratulations, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Did you want to say anything? No. Look.
Thank y'all.
Very good. Congratulations, Jennifer.
Thank you.
And if I may have a moment of personal privilege. Yes, sir. And I'd like to acknowledge, too, that Kenny Wertman, the Director of Permits, is here as well in support of his Jennifer Landry, Team Tammany. Okay, I have one other presentation. Thank you. And this is to acknowledge a longtime employee who has just retired, an employee who gave the last 32 years in Public Works. His name is Chris Graves. And I'd like Chris to come up as I present. Okay. This is Chris Graves and his wife Sharon. Chris, as I said, has been with Public Works for 32 years and just retired. And we're very, very grateful for the work and time that you have dedicated to St. Tammany. So on behalf of the citizens of St. Tammany, I extend my sincerest gratitude and appreciation to you, Chris, for over 32 years of committed service to St. Tammany Parish government and in our community. As the Area 2 Foreman, your dedication to serving our community has truly been invaluable. The institutional knowledge you possess regarding the residents and infrastructure in your area will not soon be replaced. You have truly been an essential member of Team Tammany. I'm confident that the many public works activities that you facilitated will continue to benefit our community for many years to come. Your service and devotion to the people of St. Tammany Parish is unparalleled, and your presence on Coop Drive and at the Hickory, Bush, and Fritchie North barns will certainly be missed by all who had the pleasure of working with you. You deserve to be proud of your achievements, and as Parish President, I'm equally proud to count you as one of St. Tammany's finest. Chris, thank you for your service, and congratulations.
See you in the morning.
Good. See you in the morning. Thank you. Thank you, and I know Jay Watson and his team are going to miss Chris as well. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Tanner?
Thank you. Chris, you didn't think you was going to get out of here without me saying all your secrets, right? When I first came on, I didn't really know a lot about the roads and drainage, and Chris has been very helpful. He understood when we went on to look at capital projects and roads that my little 6-week-old puppy had to come with us. He was very gracious in that. He has helped me to meet constituents when I kind of was like, no, can't do that. And Chris was always the one to say, well, maybe if we do this. So Chris, I am going to miss that very much, but I hope you have a good retirement. Thank you so much.
And now I'll call up, because we had a cancellation. The Chamber of Commerce could not make it tonight, but now we have a presentation from the Florida Parish Detention Center.
Good evening, Council, and I want to thank you for allowing me to come and talk and tell you about our place tonight. My name is Joseph Dominic. I am the Executive Director for the Florida Parish's Juvenile Justice District. We operate Florida Parish's Juvenile Detention Center, which is on the Parish line on Highway 190. Kids and law enforcement have been my life's work for the last 28 years. I've been the Executive Director of the center since 2016. I want to tell you a little bit about the center, the state of juvenile crime in our area, and then a little bit about the tax renewal that we have coming up on the ballot this month. The Florida Parish Juvenile Detention Center is the largest detention center in the state of Louisiana. I like to say that we're the flagship detention center in the state of Louisiana, because we're not like the other ones that you hear about in the news. We don't have kids getting abused. I don't have kids escaping. I don't have staff being assaulted and winding up in the hospital. We run a very tight ship. We like to think that we give kids tools for their tool belt for when they get back out in the community, so they're less likely to reoffend. And as being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, that's what matters. When you can give kids some skills and they're less likely to reoffend, they don't go back into the system. We're not throwing good money after bad. And so how do we do that? Well, we have teachers that are employed out there. I have a full service counseling staff. We provide assessments to all the area courts. When I talk about area courts, I have 6 different courts, 5 different parishes, and one of those parishes, of course, is St. Tammany. St. Tammany runs a close second in being one of our biggest customers as far as youth that come to the center. What kind of kids come to the center? Well, kids that have committed crimes or accused of committing crimes just the same as adults. Most of the crimes that come in are violent. We're talking murder, rape, aggravated rape, armed robbery, carjacking. That kind of stuff happens in this area. We have gangs that are in this area. One of the most difficult things that we have in dealing with these kids is keeping gang members separated. And I'm not talking about like Bloods or Crips or MS-13, although we've encountered those at times. I'm talking about local gangs. And it's organized crime. And it's something that we've seen evolve probably in the last 5 years. Starting in going back from 2020, we took in just a little over 400 kids. Fast forward to 2023, we took in a little over 700 kids. So I don't care what anybody says, juvenile crime is on an uptick. I think our law enforcement have had their hands tied for a while, and they've been doing a very good job, and we've done a great job partnering with them out at the detention center, but it's an ongoing body of work that I don't believe is going to end. So with that, I'll tell you a little bit about the tax that's coming up this month, and answer any questions that you may have. We have a 3 mil tax that funds the detention center. It's renewed every 10 years. We just made our 30th birthday this January, so it's been renewed all that time. It's coming up for renewal again on the 27th of this month. It's probably the lowest amount on a tax bill. For the average home across 5 parishes, it's about $20. $16 to $20 on the bill. Without this tax, the detention center could not operate. It's the primary funding source for our operations. We hold about 133 kids, and we employ about 100 staff. It's open 24 hours a day. There's nowhere else for kids to go if this detention center was not operational. And it opened in '92. Before '92, kids would be issued a summons and have to return home, and the court would just cross their fingers and hope that kids show up. That's what we would be returned to if the center had to close its doors. Again, we're a regional center. We don't take kids from outside our 5 parishes, and there's only about 12 other centers in the state, and they don't take kids from outside their parishes. So for folks that say, you know, if the center closed, the state would just step in, or we could send kids other places, that's just simply not true. I've been doing this business, like I said, for almost 30 years, and I'm here to tell you, as one of the foremost experts in juvenile justice in the area, that that's just not how the system works. So with that, I ask for you to reach out to your constituency and share the importance of this tax, and I ask for your support, and perhaps, if not tonight, a future night before the ballot, of considering adopting a resolution of support. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
To the council, does anybody have any questions? Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. If you could just give me some clarification. You said it's a 3 mil 10-year renewal?
Yes, sir.
And you take people in from what parishes? Is that?
We take kids in from Washington Parish, St. Tammany Parish, Livingston Parish, Tangipahoa, and St. Helena. The 5 Florida parishes.
I got you. And this millage, this is spread out amongst all 5 parishes or just St. Tammany?
Spread out across all 5 parishes. It requires the majority of the popular vote across all 5. It's not by parish, it's by the lump sum popular vote.
Good deal. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Mr. Corbin?
I appreciate the work that you guys do. Would it be possible for you to email us a 2 or 3 page summary, like a PowerPoint, just a couple of charts that give us a little bit more of the background of the facility, just so we understand it?
Sure, I could do that.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Impastato?
I was curious, how many kids do you have at the facility? Can you tell us a little bit about exactly what you do to rehabilitate them?
We can hold 133. Today we're sitting at about 70. We do not go over capacity. We have single bedrooms. The facility operates as a secure facility. Kids don't just move about the cabin freely. We have a full schedule throughout the day. Kids go to school from about 7 in the morning till about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We also run school during the summertime, well, because they're a captive audience and they need the extra education, being at-risk youth. I started a long-term program in 2019 where the judiciary have an extra option now of adjudicating kids delinquent and placing them into our custody. With that program, we have helped kids get their high school diploma, not a GED or a high school diploma. If you look at statistics, everybody's always really concerned about recidivism. Well, in that program, since 2019, we've run between 75 and 100 kids through it that have been adjudicated delinquent, and out of that 75 or 100, only 2 of them returned to custody. So I think that's a testament to the work that's being done out at the center. Not only do we help them get their high school diploma, but I have a partnership with North Shore Technical College. I have technical college instructors that come out and work with the kids on technical instruction, such as helping them get their OSHA 10 certification or OSHA 30 certification, being certified in precision instruments and measurements, and learning how to use personal protective equipment. We've also helped kids as far as job placement before they get out of the detention center. I have a current youth that is on work release. He leaves us 3 days a week and works at a glass shop here in St. Tammany Parish. And then he comes back to us at the end of the day. That's the first time that that's been done anywhere in the state of Louisiana. I also have something that we just recently started on. I'll be on Fox 8, NOLA Now tomorrow at 11 o'clock, highlighting our robotics program. We have started the first robotics program in the entire United States being done in a detention center. And as you probably already know, that's a valuable skill with businesses like Medline and Amazon and Zatarans and Latrim being in the area. This gives kids a viable skill of job placement. They're actually learning how to code and tell robots what to do through a curriculum at the center.
Awesome.
Mr. Kugel?
Man, that sounds amazing. I mean, you clearly have an impact on these kids' lives. I did have a question, like, what do you see as far as drug addiction, how much of that do you see in dealing with these kids? That's part of why they are where they are.
Pretty frequent. Kids come in and they're often going through withdrawals. I have a full complement of medical staff out at the center. I have a contract with the chief pediatrician at Tulane Medical Center. She comes out once a week and does a clinic. Oftentimes my nursing staff have to deal with youth that are going through withdrawals. There's a lot of youth that are involved with drug use, and there's also a lot of youth that are involved with drug distribution. So it's a twofold problem.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And now, point for Mrs. Tanner.
Okay, thank you. April 30th is National Therapy Animal Day. And in case you do not know what this is, we have a proclamation. There are thousands of pet partner therapy animal teams serving the communities in the United States. These pet partners are often the animal and the person has found when they go to visit nursing homes, hospitals, other facilities, they will visit students, so forth, that they have found that reduces the stress, depression, lower blood pressure, and so forth. And so I have a proclamation saying April 30th is National Therapy Animal Day, and on your screen is Carol and Pepper. Pepper could not be with us tonight. She is in Shreveport helping at a nursing home, but I hope to have her in the near future. She is a very lovable dog, and she goes and helps anyone if called. So I would like to recognize April 30th as National Therapy Animal Day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, Mr. Impastato?
I would like to make a motion to move up ordinance calendar number 7530.
All right, I have a motion to take an agenda item out of order. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Burke. We need a 2/3 vote. Please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, just for the sake of the audience, we've moved an item up, so we're taking an item out of order. This is ordinance calendar number 7530, ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, Part 1, Chapter 28, Offenses and Miscellaneous Procedures by adding Article 17, Transitional Facilities, Section 28, Chapter 497, Definitions, Section 28, Chapter 498, Application Requirements and Permit Approval, and Section 28, Chapter 499, Permit Denial, to establish a comprehensive ordinance regarding transitional facilities. This was introduced on May 7th, and Mr. Impastato. Oh, March 7th, I apologize. Mr. Impastato. Oops, I hit it again, Joe.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we have a lot of people here tonight that would like to speak, and I would like to begin with them.
Alrighty. Starting off with Melissa Myceli Reed. Forgive me if I mispronounce y'all's names.
Hi, thank y'all very much for hearing me today, and it's Melissa Myceli, but that's close. So I know you're going to be hearing from a lot of individuals tonight, and I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of the statistics. So I just wanted to add to that and then give my little personal statement. So some stats that I found that said every 68 seconds an American is assaulted. Majority of those individuals are under the age of 30. 1 out of 6 women have either had attempt assault or a completed assault. 1 out of 10 males. Out of those individuals, 94% of the women have discussed and complained about PTSD. 33 have contemplated suicide. 13 have attempted suicide. Those individuals who have been assaulted are 6 times more likely to use cocaine and 10 times more likely to use other drugs. So as we are discussing the yes or the no on this ordinance, I want you to remember those stats and then think about the individuals in this room, because that does include several individuals in this room that may or may not say anything. So first and foremost, I want to give my heartfelt apology to my 13-year-old self. I deeply regret not being able to protect her and seek the help that was needed during that vulnerable time. The darkness that surrounds somebody, especially when they are a child, controls their life. A lot of bad decisions, poor decisions were made during my silence. So today I'm here advocating for that little lost girl. I would also like to advocate for the countless of other individuals who also have suffered, as we heard last month, the testimonies. There are a lot of brave women and men out there who come to terms to the situation, and but there are others that do not, and it can permeate our lives and redirect where we are. I, of course, am not one who fell prey to the negative side, and that was just basically me and God. So let's be clear, though, I do not disagree with the possibility of possible reform and transformation. I do believe that everybody has the right to seek for God's forgiveness, but it should not be at the victims or the community's safety and well-being. So I do believe that we should vote yes. I think we should move forward with the ordinance and find other ways to seek and help those who are the perpetrators. I think far too long we have neglected the victims like myself. It's time for us to change that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Hall. Mr. Danny Hall. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir. So I'm not going to give you statistics. I'm going to kind of give you some information that you probably already know, that the majority of the folks living in St. Tammany Parish are good people. They pay their taxes, they abide by the law, and all they want to do is have a peaceful life. But yet, these are the very folks that are victims of having high-density sex offender encampments in their communities. These sex offender encampments are owned and managed by people who are fed by greed, who are only interested in $1 and no consideration for the people that are being impacted by their greed. For the sake of the good people of St. Tammany Parish that are being victimized, please help us and vote yes for this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Vincent? Yep. Mr. Vincent, you got 3 minutes.
Normally I speak extemporaneously, but I wrote this because I didn't want to miss any points. My name is Jack Vincent. I live at 21573 Soul Drive, and I'm speaking for my neighbors and myself in favor of increased regulation of transitional homes for sex offenders. Many of my neighbors and I lived in our subdivisions for decades. A significant number are elderly and unable to use electronic media to come here to be heard, and so hopefully I'm accurately speaking on their behalf. I live in Northern Home subdivisions adjacent to Red Gap Acres subdivision, a diverse multicultural neighborhood. Our subdivisions were established in the 1960s, so we don't have a protection from a neighborhood association or covenants that govern the operation of our neighborhood. So you all and the parish ordinances or our homeowners association and your ordinances protect us like covenants. We feel it's unfair to sentence us to be in the presence of occupants of homes who have committed serious violent crimes. Group sex offender homes in single-family residential areas only pose a risk because of recidivism, not only pose a risk because of recidivism, but they lower property values. Group homes are very different from a single offender returning to his own neighborhood where the neighbors know him and can be identified and avoided if they choose. As pointed out at the last meeting by Mr. Impastato and a resident living near a group home in Lacombe, these group offenders often come from elsewhere outside of our parish and even outside of Louisiana. They're not known and cannot be readily identified as a threat. St. Tammany has become a hazmat dumping ground for the problems of other parishes and states. The group home operators will tell you how compassionate they are and that they're providing rehabilitation opportunities to those who have served their time in prison. However, they show no compassion for past victims of sexual assault or abuse living nearby whose fears may be heightened by their operations. They show no compassion for the fears and concerns of grandparents who care for grandchildren that might visit. They show no compassion for mothers of young children who are afraid to let their young ones play outside without constant supervision, even in fenced yards in their backyards. They show no regard or compassion for homeowners whose adult children will not let their grandchildren visit them because of the proximity of sex offenders. These fears and concerns are not unfounded. The recidivism rate, especially for pedophiles, is significant. The research reports that are provided show the recidivism rates between 37 and 74%. So I'm going to cut this a little bit shorter. These operations are cash cows. They have no consideration. A house that would normally rent in our neighborhood for about $1,700 is probably being rented for about $2,800 to $3,200 for sex offenders. And I guess I better end now. I don't want to carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. All right, Miss Tina, you got to forgive me again. Tina, help me out. All right, thank you. You have 3 minutes, miss.
I think we can all agree saturation is definitely a problem, so we do need an ordinance. I just wanted to give maybe some practical thoughts on revision a little bit, on tweaking it, that's all. In reference to saturation, and you said permits is great. That's a great tool to use to limit the number within square footage and proximity. Sex offense, it has happened in my family in general without exposing too much. So I totally understand it's definitely a problem is what I'm trying to say, okay? So the other thing is in reference to, again, just tweaking occupancy, 1 person per 1,000 square feet seems excessive. My mother is 80, I'm taking care of her, and we're in a 1,200 square foot usually, and that's a modest dwelling. And that's a full home versus 1 room of 1,000 square feet. As far as fencing all the way around, I do agree on 6-foot fencing on sides in the back half. Because all the way around is kind of
Miss Tina, could you bring the mic down for you? I'll give you a little bit more time.
Oh,
Thank you.
Sorry. I did want y'all to take note on this. I forgot, forgive me, I wanted to hand you the information. I left it at the house. But there is a program, Circles of Support and Accountability. It's COSA, it's a model. It's derived for many of years. There was plenty of research on it, and as far as mentioning an implementation of accountability. Although I know law enforcement is very burdened with their workload, but probation, I would think, should be the follow-up for these people who have been released in reference to accountability. I know I wrote a bunch of notes, but that's pretty much it. That's very pertinent. As far as the landowners, I think they have to follow HUD and the equal housing opportunity laws. And so a happy medium in supporting so that, like we said, we can take care of the saturation to have and let the facilities, another requirement maybe be in commercial zones versus residential would be another thing to consider. Meaning on a highway maybe versus in a subdivision. Those type revisions. That way you're not being discriminatory. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Impostado, that was the last speaker. I do have 4 cards for. that did not wish to speak.
Bear with me 1 second, please.
Mhm.
So this is Ms. Bree Michelle. She doesn't want to speak tonight, but she did agree to be here. Her courage is really remarkable and amazing. And you know, when I look at her, I see my daughter, my sister. The importance of this ordinance to me is just unbelievable. We got to do something. This young lady's courage, I think God gifted us with her life. She fought bravely. She is a hero. I do not want to rehash the story, like I said. I know she doesn't want to speak. You ready to go in the back? Ashley, could you walk her to the back? But I did want you all, she was willing to come here, so I wanted you all to be able to see her. So I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Impastato.
I don't really know what else to add. I would say this. We're not trying to hurt anyone. I pray for everybody. We want people to be better. We want people to have opportunities. However, we have to protect our people. We have to protect our children. We have the right not to be scared, right? You've heard the statistics. Everybody understands it. Common sense, you don't even need to know this. The statistics are overwhelming. Common sense kicks in, and we know this problem needs to be rectified. So unless there's any other discussion, I'd like to make a motion to pass this ordinance.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Mr. Kugel, did you want to speak?
I just wanted to commend Councilman Impastato. I mean, just reading through this, you have obviously done a huge amount of work, and I can understand how important this is to the community, your community and the parish. And I wanted to commend you for your work on this.
So the second was Rick. So I just want to say ditto to my vice chair. Great job. And we have a motion and a second. Let's vote our machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, I will, there's been another request, and I'll now entertain another motion to take some other items out of order. Mr. Corbin? Yeah. Yeah, so I believe what we're going to do, so there's a number of y'all here for a certain amount of issues, so we're going to get y'all done first. So we're going to move all of the appointments to the end with the exception of the library. Okay, so that means the library will be next in order, and then we'll go to the consent calendar. All right, so we have a second, so we need to vote. Mr. Kugel, did you want to?
I need to do a motion and second.
All right, so we have a motion. It's from Mr. Corbin and Mr. Binder. All right, and we're going to need a 2/3 vote to make this happen. Please vote your machines. Oh, Ms. Casamon, did you want to speak?
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All righty, so give me a second to catch up. Yes. Gotcha. Okay, so under appointments, everything was moved down with the exception of number 3. This is a resolution to appoint members of the St. Tammany Parish Library Board of Control pursuant to staggered terms as required by Louisiana Revised Statute, Section 25, Chapter 214B. Mr. Kugel, and this was postponed at the March 7th meeting. And these are going to have a 5-year staggered term. Mr. Kugel?
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to defer to Councilwoman Tanner. She has a substitute resolution.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Bender, I have you next in line. Would you like Ms. Tanner to speak first? Yeah. Ms. Tanner, and then Mr. Bender, and then Mrs. Casablanca.
Okay. Thank you. I asked Mr. Kugel
What is that,
if
same one?
I could address some of the
Okay.
wording of his resolution, and he worked with me and the Assistant DA, and we cleaned up, I don't want to say cleaned up, but we took all the Attorney General's opinions out of it. We took all how it was going to be appointed, each one was going to be appointed to a certain term. All of that is out of this, and this resolution mainly just says we are going to appoint have six nominee, or make 6 positions. We are going to do the nominees tonight and do the appointments next week. And after the appointments are made, next month, and after those appointments are made, we will pick as to what their terms are, from 1 to 5, I believe. So I offer this as a motion.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. Mr. Bender, you were next.
Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to vote on the resolution before I speak.
Okay. And Ms. Casabon, would you? Or did you wish to speak before we vote? Yes, ma'am, you are on.
All right. To clarify, last month, yes, I did ask for this proposal to be postponed because of the process. To clarify where I stand, mainly where the people in my district and a lot of people that have contacted me that live all over this parish. But the library board is a parish-wide board in which Mrs. Tanner and I were asked to choose a person for the board that would represent our districts. Upon doing that, we made the appointment, and I've heard from many, many constituents from everybody's district, but mainly ours, that they wish that the sitting board now, the people sitting on the board now remain, and that we appoint new members to fill the vacancies. By filling the remaining spots with people that represented y'all's area, that this would ensure a more balanced board that would represent all of St. Tammany. I know that we have nominations from all over, but the people feel like that we need to leave the people on there now, and of course give them the term limits that we draw, or how we're doing that and stuff. But I just feel like by removing the whole board and starting over again, that this is not what the people want in my areas and stuff. And that's how they've contacted me about that.
Y'all, we're going to have order, or I'm going to clear the room. All right, Mr. Bender, Ms. Casabon, are you finished? Just want to make sure. Mr. Bender, you wanted to wait until after we took the vote, correct, sir?
I'll leave it to your choice, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Speak now if you'd like.
Your choice, Mr.
Okay, I'll speak now.
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the council and people of the public, one of the good things is over this past month, we used that time to to interview approximately 19 people, okay, citizens who wanted to be considered. And I believe I was involved in all but a couple. We've had several other council members, including Councilman Corbin, Councilman Burke, and Councilman Seiden, that were able to allocate time to their schedule to interview different people. You'll see nominations tonight, both, I think, existing members, but also potentially new members. Several people that were interviewed decided that they would prefer to withdraw. We had several people that we reached out to a couple of times and just were not able to get a response back. So we had a total of about 17, I believe, that we fully nominated. And I think, excuse me? Fully interviewed, okay? So I think the process worked very well. It was a month that was well served to get this done, and I think we have some extremely capable people that we would have never known were out there and interested had we not given ourselves the time to interview. So I want to thank to the whole council for allowing that to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Mr. Bender, for leading the way on that. And Mr. Corbin, did you want to speak?
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to say, in addition to what Jerry talked about, I believe we used this month very productively. We held a community meeting. We invited the whole parish, obviously. We invited people from the accountability group as well as the Alliance to attend the meeting, and the director, Kelly LaRocca, gave a presentation. All that material is is available. It's on the library's website. You're welcome to look at the charts she presented, as well as her vocal presentation of those charts. It's all available for you to take a look at if you'd like to take a look at it. Feedback I got was very well received and very appreciated that we put the information out and allowed people to have that period of time. I recognize and appreciate the frustration of people on all sides of this issue, that why it's taken so long for us to get it resolved. I appreciate the patience to give us the 1 month we asked for and allow us to go hold a few things and meet with people to go move this forward, and I believe we'll move it forward tonight. That's all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Corbin. All right, so we have a motion and a second for a substitution, and I also have 20 speaker cards. So, which one should we do?
We need to vote on the substitution first.
All right, so I've just been informed that we're going to take a vote on the substitution, and then we can open it up to the public comment. So, please vote your machines. This is the motion to substitute.
The motion passes with 12 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 absent.
First speaker.
Roxanne Newman. And Ms. Newman, you got 3 minutes, and we got 20 cards, so we're going to be here for about an hour. So
I will try and keep it short and to the point. My
Yes,
name is
ma'am.
Roxanne Newman. I live in Mandeville. First of all, I support the reappointment of the current board members to the Library Board of Control. I think the St. Tammany Parish Library Board of Control and the library were both established in 1950, and the staggered term statute cited by Councilman Kugel in his ordinance did not take effect until 1978, which was 46 years ago and some 28 years after the establishment of the Library Board of Control. Staggered terms were for the initial appointment only. Thereafter, successors were only supposed to be appointed for 5-year terms. While Councilman Kugel's resolution had appeared to be neutral on its face, it had a different purpose that wasn't really disclosed. Councilman Kugel's ultimate goal was...
Ma'am, I'm going to stop you for a second. We're no longer discussing, that's no longer an issue at hand. The council has voted to a substitute issue. So do you have an opinion for or against that?
I, as I said, support the reappointment of the current board members. Current board members have the education, training, and experience to rule on the issues before them. Most importantly, the over 150 book challenges which were filed, clogging up the board's time for the last 1 3/4 years, and then which were then abruptly withdrawn after Councilman Kugel's election, and presuming that the council was going to be replaced, the board was going to be replaced. It's counterproductive at this point to stagger the terms of the existing Library Board of Control. To do so would waste the valuable experience that the current board members have. If the council deems that staggered terms are necessary, there is a much less drastic way to achieve that goal by appointing the existing board members for staggered terms of between 1 and 5 years. And I urge you to please reappoint the current board members for those terms if you deem it necessary. Thank you.
D. Betts, I believe, or Betts?
I want to thank everybody for this opportunity. I'm a pretty simple girl. I've raised kids, grandmother, all that sort of stuff. There was a smart man sometime that said, I don't know if I can describe pornography, but I sure as heck know it when I see it. When I went to the RPEC meeting at the end of last year, I was shocked to my core when I saw the type of materials, books that are going into the public library. I am not trying to ban a book. I'm trying to say we need to do age-appropriate things in our libraries. There's a reason we don't give children cigarettes. We don't want to pollute their bodies. There's a reason why we have an age limit on when you can drink alcohol. It's so you're not running around out there on the streets and having wrecks. There's a reason why we don't allow cocaine in our schools. Please, whoever you appoint on this board, make sure they understand that they have an obligation to this community to do things that are age appropriate for our children. There's so much out there that they're subject to, and we know that. It doesn't have to be in our libraries. There are so many other books that can be in the library. These particular books, and y'all know the ones I'm talking about, I'm not going to name them. These particular books do not need to be in there. They're taking up space from other books. We do not have enough. We're not the Library of Congress, y'all. We don't have every book in the nation. Our librarians have to choose what is going into that library. Please stop them from polluting our children's minds. I respectfully thank you for my time.
Thank you. Jamie Segura.
Jamie Segura, Covington. The attempt to remove the current board members of the Library Board of Control is not based on any missteps by them. Rather, it is based on the belief that they are somehow in violation of a religious belief system. Even if they were, it would not be grounds for dismissal, as religion has no place in government. Our founding fathers went through great lengths to ensure religion plays no part in government. All you have to do is read the First Amendment of the Constitution. And before you argue about the use of the word God or any other religious references, under God was added to the pledge in 1954 during the McCarthy era. That's where we're headed. And in God we trust was added to the money that we use in this country in 1956. So no, that was not created by our founding fathers. I believe the effort tonight violates the separation of church and state. James Madison, y'all remember him if you took history, he was the 4th president of the United States. said the purpose of separation of church and state is to keep forever from these shores the ceaseless strife that has soaked the soil of Europe in blood for centuries. I believe the founding fathers were trying to ensure that religion would not rule our country. That's why we're here tonight. It's about religion. And this has no place, religion has no place in our libraries. The Constitution has 4,543 words, and guess what? None of them are Jesus, Bible, Christianity, or God. And finally, I call out Mr. David Kugel for his bigotry and claims that his effort's about the law. We all know he's lying when he made that justification for his efforts. If he were as interested in the law as he claims, he would not have entered this building, these chambers, carrying a gun on March 7th, 2024. And with, he claims, the consent of you, Mr. Laughlin, and with the consent of the law enforcement in this room. And that's a violation not only of the law, but it's a violation of concealed carry weapons statute in the state of Louisiana. So this is not about law, that's for sure. And Mr. Kugel is sitting there very cool. But guess what? There will be a day of reckoning, and it won't have to involve weapons. It's going to involve the law enforcement in this state.
Thank you. Y'all, order. Forgive me, is it Lindell O'Brien?
Yes.
And I apologize in advance for my...
Okay. That's okay. A lot of people get it wrong. My name is Lindell Tally O'Brien. My husband and I have been in this parish since 1987, but my ancestors helped settle St. Tammany. This is a wonderful place to live. I don't know what to say now because I was going to talk on the statute that Mr. Kugel brought up, and now there's been a motion. So just in response to the last speaker, I'd like to commend Mr. Kugel on bringing up this statute and presenting the Attorney General's opinions on it. Hey, this is an issue that he campaigned on, one of many issues. And he's a man of his word. And in this political climate, it's very refreshing to see. And I also like to thank Mr. Phillips, Mr. Laughlin, Mr. Impastato. I thought I was going to get that one wrong, but I got it right. Mr. Burke and Mr. Kugel for the way they voted the last time and last month. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I am for replacing the board.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Hargrove. Yes, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, thanks, and thank you for being able to read my writing, because it was pretty bad on that card, sorry. I'm Barbara Hargrove. I'm from Abita Springs, and staggered terms are a great idea. You don't want everybody to leave at once by having all terms end at once, which is the whole reason for having staggered terms. So rather than wiping out the board and starting clean, how about staggering people who are already on the board? The people who are most newly appointed could get the longest terms. Those who have already been on the board the longest could get the shorter terms. I see Mr. Kugel has left. Don't treat this board differently because you disagree with the current LBOC members and the way that our library system is run. We have people on all sides of this issue in the parish, and the whole idea, like I said, with the point I started with, the whole idea of having staggered terms is to prevent having a whole board wiped out at once. So it seems to me a little ironic that that's the way people want to do this. So thank you.
Thank you. Jerry, is it Cresson or Crescent? Thank you.
Thank you.
Acting within both the letter and the spirit of the law, I appreciate that this board is now tasked with the discovery that the letter of the law has not been adhered to for over 20 years. Yet in those 20 years, a thriving library continued and still continues to exist, serving our community well. The purpose of a staggered board, by definition, is to ensure the continuity of business operations and to prevent a hostile takeover. In law, those who follow as well as those who enforce must pay attention to both the letter and the spirit of the law. And the purpose of staggered terms to prevent disruptions and hostile takeovers is indeed the spirit of the law. I personally support the idea of staggered terms. However, let us not throw out the baby with the bathwater. We have an opportunity here, not only with this board, but with all boards that are similarly situated in this parish, that staggering has not been done and has not been the process, that we may comply with the law, but also to first query the library board, as we have now with this new resolution, and thank you for that, to look at melding what we already have first as the priority. And then to fill the rest of the seats in a very even-handed measure with a lot of consideration given to the qualities, the qualifications of the people who should fill those positions, and that they represent not the most extreme of either side of this issue, but that they represent the core of this parish, and that they are tasked with making logical, lawful decisions and good guidance for our library. Councilman Kugel has never minced words, nor hidden his overt opposition to our libraries. No, he has actually been quite vocal and, dare I say, militant about his personal views of our current library. So for this newly elected freshman councilman to make the very first order of business to focus on this obscure technicality in the code, all but abandoned 20 years ago, in order to seize upon an opportunity to effectively engage in a hostile takeover of the Library Board of Control, is not only transparent, it is highly offensive, an inappropriate distraction from the many, many pressing matters that this council is tasked with. I would ask of this board to table any resolution structuring it this way. I'll just say that I'm asking you and I'm trusting you as a member of this community to act with good faith.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Rhodes. Not speaking? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Lisa Russmeyer.
Okay, I could just go ahead. You were looking down. I didn't want to start.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, I'm just wanted to start. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I just want to start. There's a couple people that commented on content, which is something I don't see in this proposal at all. But what I just wanted to say, a great library has something in it to offend everybody. So if you don't have something in there that offends you, then we're restricting ourselves and we're narrowing our viewpoints too much, and that parents are always welcome to be with their children in the library, so that, not having seen those people before when some of these things were discussed, I wanted to bring those up. So I opposed the original proposal because it attempts to fix a law by breaking another law, the way I see it. While the proposal purports to fix staggering, knowing the author is a confirmed anti-library activist and moral crusader, the true goal is easy to see, that it's removing the current board members because his group finds objectionable. And they've threatened to remove both the board members and our library director in emails and other posts. Passing the proposal that removes library board members that are on the board now puts the parish on shaky legal grounds. Library board members have term limits to the library board of 5 years per state law and our home rule charter. In 2001, there was an opinion 0129 that found in the case of the LaFourche Parish Library Board of Control, where terms are fixed the parish council is bound by them. We have further evidence of the possible legal difficulties by the failure of House Bill 25 in the 2023 session, a bill that would have given local governing authority the right to remove library board members at will. That bill was killed in committee. The goal of staggering volunteer boards is to preserve institutional memory. Our library board has preserved its institutional memory as a result of dedication and reappointments over several terms. Staggering should and can occur to preserve this institutional memory by preserving the current members. Why would we risk losing the institutional memory it is the goal to preserve by vacating all positions as the proposal requires? There are straightforward and respectful ways to achieve a staggered board by conferencing with current board members. So I'm asking you, please oppose this proposal in favor of one that, 1, does not risk spending taxpayer dollars on legal fees, 2, is fair to the current duly appointed and serving board members, and 3, provides the guaranteed continuity, the goal of staggering, by keeping the board members in place that wish to continue to serve out their terms. The board is not broken, and the library is very popular. Please do not capitulate to a minority of anti-library prevaricators and provocateurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Marino. You have 3 minutes.
Kevin Marino. I've been a resident of St. Tammany my entire life. I want y'all to reject this proposal, this change. I get that there was a compromise made and that it sounds like we got rid of all the unnecessary language that Mr. Kugel included, but it still doesn't solve the problem of having the existing board remain. Part of the goal of staggered terms when it was written before I was born was to make sure that boards had continuity so you understood what happened before and make changes for the future. By this current proposed resolution, which I can't read online because you added it right at the end, a little aggravating because we all wrote speeches based on another one. But anyway, that's a whole process thing. Anyway, it sounds like this resolution does not put the existing board members on the board still, so it still doesn't compromise enough. The right way to do this is to make a resolution that says these existing board members exist, they're still there, they were duly appointed by the previous council, they're valid members of the board. We've got vacancies. If you want to change the makeup of the board, nominate to fill the vacancies. You know, Mr. Kugel has very clearly stated that he's anti-free speech, anti-library. He does not like this. Okay, I'll go back on topic. Sorry. But he does not like the topics that are in the library, and he has made it clear to his constituents that he wants to replace the board and take over. That is what this even proposed change resolution does, is it allows the possibility to take over the board. I do want to thank Mr. Corbin and Mr. Binder for being at the meeting, and the rest of you that were at the meeting, and Mr. Corbin for putting on the meeting last couple weeks ago. It was a great meeting. I noticed that even Mr. Kugel didn't show up to show his point of view, and we were disappointed that a lot of these people who made it out tonight didn't show up and show their point of view, because it doesn't stand up to the truth and the light of day. It's not appropriate. They just want to argue and complain, and I fear that every time the current board makes changes to try to appease these people, they are unappeasable. It is not worth it. It is against the spirit of the library, and I just think it's a bad idea. So I would like y'all to put a new resolution in place that allows the existing board members to stay in place. I'd also like you to see it just do a global resolution that takes care of all these staggered terms, establishes the way you replace all the staggered terms that you've now realized you're out of compliance with, and how you deal with retirements from the boards. This board, anybody who is elected to this board, there's chances they won't stay the full 5 years, and you need to have a process to cover that. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Oyster, or Oster, I apologize. You have 3 minutes, miss.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
If you'd lift the mic up, yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I would like to, I'm in favor of moving this forward. I know this ordinance was changed, or the proposal was changed, and I'm not quite clear on what all the changes are, but I was in favor of getting the current law that was in place to stagger the library to move forward and to get back into the practice of following the law. So I'm in favor of that. But I also would like to speak to the fact that the content that is in the library, it's not about whether the books are appropriate for kids or adults, and those that are underage don't read this portion. It's the access that a child has to these books. These books are pornography. I have seen all of these books, and I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent, I'm a participant in the library, in the community, and y'all, if you don't wake up and see what is going on besides the things that are going on in this library, you got a lot of things to really think about spiritually, emotionally, and the things that are going on in this government that are being exposed.
I need you to keep it to the one topic we have.
Well, it's very disalarming. It's very alarming to see and to hear the things that one calls okay to put in our library for anyone to actually see. And it's another thing to allow certain practices in a library. And I don't know if this was ever discussed, but the story time in the library, I don't know if we're allowing outside volunteers to come in and give story time.
Ma'am, you're way off topic on this one. So, and I'm going to give you. I'm going to stop. I'm not going to dock your time. Hey, guys, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm not going to dock your time, but we're on this. We understand that you're for this, and you've established which we need to constrain it to this. This is not about library policies. This is about our ability, whether or not we can appoint library board members.
Well, I'm in favor of starting over and appointing all new library board members.
Thank you so much. Johanna Minor. It's not easy.
I apologize for the sunglasses, but the bright lights hurt my eyes. Please don't start my time yet.
No, ma'am.
Okay. This is very, very important and emotional for all of us who have children, grandchildren. We've been at this for 2 years almost, and we want to follow the law. We're all about following the law. But unfortunately, each and every one of those board members who's on there right now, from Rebecca Taylor on down, I could name them all, I know them all, they do not protect children. And that's what this is about. And yes, I am for replacing the entire board. Who doesn't care about protecting children? Don't y'all have children, grandchildren? You parent your children, of course, but you don't allow a public library with taxpayers' money to buy pornography and pedophilia.
Please, ma'am, I need everybody just to contain to what we're talking about, whether or not we have the right to do this and should we do it, and whether
I feel
you're for
you
or
have
against
the
it.
right to do it, and yes, it needs to be done, because obviously, as of to this date, today, they are continuing to purchase egregious books that are pornographic, and yes, the board should be replaced completely. Not one of them has done anything to protect the children. And if you see, you know what the board originally was. 4 of the board members left because they finally were convicted in their hearts. They were convicted to know that this isn't right.
Thank you. Kathleen Wiley.
Good evening. Thank you all for hearing us, and thank you all for taking all the consideration that you didn't have in the meeting. Even though it wasn't here, I did bring it up. I listened to Ms. LaRocca and the words that she said, but I've also been to the library, and I've been listening to the former AG, now the governor, when he talked about the protecting innocence. He had 8 books listed on there that were sexually explicit. This year when I went into the library, and they knew what those were, because that meeting was, I believe, in May, they still had those books in what they call, and I really have a problem with this, and it does have to do with the library board, because I'm hoping some changes take place because of it. They call it the young adult section. That starts with like 12 and 13-year-olds, yet there are sexually explicit books in there, and our library board of control that is now in place, and thank God, we have hope that it may change, even their attitudes, because I'm hoping, and I know the previous board members I've sent the Marxist agenda to, they're reaching it. Part of it's through the foundations of our thoughts that reach our children. I work with children at a junior high here in Covington, and having heard the people talk about the juvenile system here and the things in Lacombe that are going on, you all know that we're building a foundation for our children and our attitudes, whether that has to do with any faith or any belief. It starts with boards of control. It starts with you all. It starts with us as citizens. So again, I thank you for hearing us, but I'm hoping that this new board of control can protect our children from what is still in their section, because we've seen it. It's still there. They're lying. I don't care about this card system because it's a load of crap. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The cards don't do their job if this vile books are still there. The sexually explicit books are still in the sections where 12-year-olds are.
Please keep it to just whether or not we should go forward or not on
Yes, the Board
this.
of Control should absolutely be changed. Maybe some be kept there. Yeah, sure, for what they said, for some of the continuity and how things run, because that will bring some stability. But things have to change in our library because these children are not being protected. They're being used. And the Marxist agenda is being furthered, and our children are going to prison for it.
Thank you. Donna Benoit. Come on, y'all, please stay quiet.
Hello, I'm Donna Benoit. I live in Covington, Louisiana. I agree that we need to replace this board, and there's been accusations from the other side that there's a hostile takeover for this board. Well, guess when that really happened? In 2022, May, when Kelly LaRocca contacted the American Library Association, said she wanted to change.
Ms. Benoit, please just keep it in the constraints of this.
That was a hostile takeover, and we need to have a board that reflects community standards. I'm all for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Benoit. Rebecca, is it Baum or Baum? Baum. Thank you.
Hi, how y'all doing?
Yes, ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I think staggering the terms of the individuals currently serving instead of re-electing a whole new board is the way to handle this. The council has not been staggering the LBOC, that's the Library Board of Control, terms for decades. Replacing the entire board, potentially with all novices, would not benefit our library systems. It is beneficial to have experienced members on any board, so I do not support the resolution and feel just the 2 vacancies should be filled and stagger the terms of the current members to get the LBOC in line with the requirement of staggered terms. I would also like to thank Mr. Corbin for organizing the recent community informational meeting on what the library administration has done to protect our children from checking out materials their parents do not want them to read.
Wait, I'm sorry. Y'all, if you speak out again, I'll ask you to leave. All right, please, ma'am, your time starts over again.
Thank you, appreciate it. And I'd also like to thank the council meetings who attended that meeting, because I know y'all are very busy. There have been many things that our library has done to protect our children. And the law, SB 7, prevents children from checking out materials their parents do not want.
And so that is one thing I learned at the meeting. We also learned that there's no porn in the library. We learned our library system has gone above and beyond addressing community concerns. Perhaps if anyone from the accountability group had attended the group, they would have learned all this information. The library is following the law. Children cannot check out books that their parents do not want them to. The LBOC, the current one, has done a great job in preventing this and listening to the concerns and addressing community standards. Our community is very diverse. A lot of these books that have been attacked, as pointed out in that informational meeting, are LGBTQ+ related, and our community is diverse like that. Thank you very much for your time before you told me I was off topic, even though all three of the speakers told me more.
Camille Thompson, please. Ms. Camille, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, thanks. Actually, I said I wasn't going to speak, but I guess the Lord wanted me to speak. So I'm in favor of replacing every single one of them. Let's get a new batch, somebody with common sense and some moral values. Okay. Let's do it and get it on the road tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Camille. Lawrence DeQuay, did you wish to speak? You didn't? Okay.
I'm Larry DeQuay. I live in Slidell, Louisiana. To start, I emailed a statement earlier this week to my councilman, District 8 Councilman Mr. Burke, 2 other council members, Parish President and LBOX members, Library Board of Control members. I also sent blind copies of the same statement to about 6 or 7 other people. And one of these people commented that I didn't mention Councilman Kugel's resolution about the Library Board of Control not being cited in my statement. I did read the resolution yesterday, and one of the things that I noticed is there's no mention of the other boards and commissions that are under the St. Tammany Parish Council. That were or still are out of compliance. And about 7 of them, from what I understand, 7 of them haven't been brought into compliance. And for those boards, the members that were appointed to them have been allowed to retain their seats, while only the vacated seats are being filled. So to me, there's clearly a double standard being applied to the Library Board of Control as compared to these other boards. As far as, the way I see it, we need to be applying the same standard to the Library Board of Control as far as retaining current members in order to achieve the staggered terms. And I just want to say that my position is I support this resolution if a provision is put in to implement what I just said about retaining the existing 4 members. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ruth Terry Sipos, is that correct? Thank you. You have 3 minutes, miss.
Thank you. We have an amazing library system that has been managed admirably, not only by the director, Kelly LaRocca, and her staff, but by the LBOC, the one that is under fire here tonight. Those things don't happen in a vacuum. What has happened over the last couple of years has been an amazing transformation at our library that has been extremely responsive to the public. They have creatively and successfully navigated these tough times. With the new card system, they have gone through books, piles and piles and piles of books to make sure that they first did not contain obscenity according to obscenity law, but now with the new law on sexual content, those books are all being placed where they belong. And so what we are seeing is almost like a punishment of people doing a good job, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. If you look down the agenda, there are numerous boards where it's reappointment, 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 and then new people added. I think that is the way that we need to be going here for our library. I agree with Ms. Casaubon's recommendation. I also think that that's a really good idea for there to be diversity. It'd be really nice if there was ethnic and racial diversity on the board. So I am in support of the newly created ordinance or resolution.
Resolution.
And I do wish it had the extra step that Ms. Casaubon is suggesting. A lot of people are looking at us and looking at whether they want to move here, and they want to come to a place that is forward-looking, accepting, varied, diverse, allows for differences, and the library is where all that stuff can happen, and it is happening now. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Adeline Rutherford. And we had 3 other people who were against but did not wish to speak.
Hi, my name is Adeline Rutherford. I want to thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I congratulate you who had to run for your positions and were reelected or newly elected. I am one of the people who put my name out there. My resume was sent to Mr. Rowling, and I spoke to Mr. Phillips, and I spoke to Mr. Corbin. I am very much interested in serving on the board. I know Mr. Cooper gets to select someone and to appoint someone. I hope I'm considered. I know I've taught Miss Gina's son. I've taught school for 23 years in the private and public sector. So I'm retired from St. Tammany Parish school system, and I think I'd be a very good servant on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close it to the public, and I'm bring it back to the council. Mr. Kugel, you were number 1. Give me a second. There you go.
Did you want to open the floor to nominations, or you?
If you want to open the floor to nominations.
I just want to address a couple things. We've heard this term about hostile takeover. I'm one of 14 members. I cannot tell anyone else here what to do. So, just one of 14. So, it's important to remember that we have 9 new members to the parish council, and our constituents want us to vote. They want us to appoint members to boards and commissions, because these boards and commissions, when we make appointments, they represent us and we represent you. The boards and commissions are supposed to represent the community, and that's what we do. When we make appointments to them, that's what we're trying to do. Our constituents want a voice. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to open the floor to nominations.
Arthur, we haven't voted on the substitution yet.
We did.
We did.
Yes.
It was substituted.
Yeah. All right, so we have a motion.
You don't need a motion. You can just simply open.
Okay.
It's already going. Okay, then I want to make a motion to nominate Rory Roberts to the Library Board of Control.
Rory Roberts. All right. Do we need a second? Do we need a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Burke. Ms. Casaubon, you're next.
I'd like to nominate Bill McHugh for the library board.
Okay, and we need a second. Second by Mr. Corbin. All right, and Mr. Corbin, I believe you're next.
Oh, no, I'm the last.
You want to go last?
Yes,
okay.
please.
Do me a favor and hit your button one more time, please. Mr. Burke.
If you've got a nominee.
At this time, I'd like to nominate Travis Thompson.
Second.
All right, we have all right. Mr. Kugel. All right, and Mr. Smith.
At this time, I'd like to nominate Anthony Parr.
I'll second that.
All right, and that's Mr. Rowling. Mrs. Tanner.
He took my nomination.
Okay, do you want to steal it back?
Well, okay, I want to appoint Ruth.
Nominate
Ruth Terry, and I'm going to make it Cyprios.
Sipos. Yeah. Okay. We need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Seiden, you're next.
Yes. I'd like to nominate Pam Georges.
Pam Georges, and Mr. Corbin is the second. Mr. Phillips.
I'd like to nominate Tamara Myers.
Second.
And we have a second by Mr. Kugel. All right. Mr. Strickland.
I'd like to nominate Shelby Kramer.
And we have a second by Mr. Corbin. Miss
One at a time.
O'Brien.
I'd like to nominate Jill Kessler.
Second.
And we have a second by Mr. Corbin.
And
We'll go around. See if you want to press your button again. All right, Mr. Rolling.
Yes, I would like to nominate Adeline Rutherford, please.
Second.
Yeah. All right, we have a second by Mr. Smith.
I would like to nominate Charles.
I turned you off by a second. Could you press your button again? There you go.
I'd like to nominate Charles Branton.
Okay. All right, Mr. Impastato, I believe you were skipped.
Can you? I'd like to nominate Sister Mary Nicholas Skiro. Second.
Mr. Bender has not yet had a nomination.
Okay. Mr. Bender, I'm going to take you out of order. You have not had a nomination, so by rules, you get to go next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to nominate Ms. Sheila Cork.
Sheila Cork.
C-O-R-K.
And do we have a second for Mr. Bender? That's Mr. Corbin. All right, we're going to pause for a second. We need to catch up on 2 of the seconds. For Mr. Charles Branton, who was the second?
Mr. Kugel.
Second was Pat.
Mr. Pat Burr?
I seconded Branton.
Okay. All right, so we're fighting over the second.
And then Sister Mary.
And for Sister Mary and Mr. Burke. All right, so now we're back in order, and Mr. Phillips, I believe you're next.
He's on here as Reverend Robert Belcamp, but I know he's a retired Lieutenant Colonel for the Marines, so I'd like to nominate him.
Second by Mr. Impastato.
What was that name?
Pat, can you read the name again?
Reverend Lieutenant Colonel Robert Belcamp. Marine.
Belcamp, B-E-L-C-A-M-P. All right, Mrs. Tanner.
I need to nominate Ann Shaw.
I'll second.
And that's Mr. Burke is the second. Ms. O'Brien.
I'd like to nominate Glenn Runyon.
Mr.
I need a second.
Oh,
Second.
second by Mrs. Seiden. Mr. Strickland.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Sherry Rowland.
Second by Mr. Corbin. Mr. Smith.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Donalyn Hassan-Bola.
I'll second that.
Mr. Smith, we're going to need the spelling on that one.
Donalyn, D-O-N-A-L-Y-N, Hassan-Bola, Hassenboehler.
Okay, you win Scrabble tonight. Mr. Impastato.
I would like to nominate Carol Gillio.
Second.
Okay. All right, so I don't see anybody else's lights on, so I'd like a motion to close. Mr. Kugel? Mr. Corbin?
I'd like to, has Rebecca Taylor been nominated?
Not yet.
I would like to nominate Rebecca Taylor. Second.
Okay, and we have a second by Mr. Strickland. And Mr. Kugel?
Do we have any more nominations? Oh, we do.
Oh, wait.
I'll wait till the end.
Yep. Mr. Corbin?
I would like to nominate Rebecca Baum. B-O-H-M.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Strickland.
If I could have just an indulgence for a moment to check our list.
I believe so. Was she nominated? Yep. Yes. Okay. Mr. Corbin, anyone else?
That's it.
All right. Mr. Kugel?
Did we have any more nominations?
One more, Mr. Rowling.
I just want to speak at the end. But
Yep, I'm going to keep you on, and Mr. Rowling, you can speak.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Heather Hoster, please.
Heather Oster. Do we have
O-S-T-E-R.
and a second by Mrs. Seiden? So we're opening it up to nominations. These people will be nominated. They're going to lay over for public inspection for interviews until the next meeting, at which time they'll be voted on. I'm going to let legal answer that question for you.
So yes, there was a vote on a substitute resolution. The resolution was just to require that staggered terms be drawn by lot rather than assigned to a particular seat, and also to make the effective dates of any new appointees June 1st, 2024. Those are really the only main substantive differences between the substitute resolution and the resolution that was in the agenda packet. And the substitute resolution will be published for next month's meeting when there's actually a vote on these nominations. So this will all lay over for 1 month, and you all will have an opportunity to speak again prior to the vote on those nominations next month. So this is for 6 seats that are appointed by the parish council, including those seats that currently are occupied. So this is for all 6 seats on the Library Board of Control. We currently have 22 nominations, and those nominees will be voted on to fill 6 vacancies and be assigned staggered terms at the May Parish Council meeting. There are 6 members appointed by the St. Tammany Parish Council, and then the parish president sits as an ex officio member, and he could either sit and attend those meetings or assign a parish council member to sit in his stead.
All right, Mr. Kugel.
We sure no more nominations? Okay. I just wanted to thank the council for this. I mean, I think this is what the public wanted. Just let's move ahead. Everybody's going to know our voice. I mean, your voice is going to be heard when we do these votes next month. You now have 30 days. Well, I guess 28 days until May 2nd. You will know, the public will know who the nominees are. We wanted to subject it to public scrutiny. And I mean, this is an important board, as everyone knows. It's about $14.5 million a year in tax dollars it receives, and all of us will be going on record. And
Katrina, do you want to read back through those names?
Okay. All right, Mr. Corbin, and then the clerk.
I would just like to take a moment, since since we're reappointing all 6 positions, to personally thank the 4 members of the board that are here, of the LBOC, who are here tonight, for your service so far and for raising your hands to seek reappointment.
All right.
For those nominations, we have Rory Roberts, Bill McHugh, Travis Thompson, Anthony Parr, Ruth Terry Sipos, Pam Georges, Tamara Myers, Shelby Kramer, Jill Kessler, Adeline Rutherford, Charles Branton, Sister Mary Nicholas Spiro, Sheila Cork, Robert Belcamp, Ann Shaw, Glenn Runyon, Sherry Rowland, Donna Lynn Hassenbowler, Carol Gilio, Rebecca Taylor, Rebecca Baum, and Heather Oster.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to the rest of the agenda. Okay, so now I'd ask the councilman to go back to page 2. We're going to go over the consent calendar. And please let me know what items we're going to pull. So far, we have item number 20, item number 28. Oh, sorry. Under ordinances for introduction. Yeah, I'm going to do a brief recess while we clear the chamber. I'm going to run to the bathroom. All right, 1 minute warning, y'all. We're getting started. Huh? You are a hostile. He's a kugel. All right, everybody, please take your seats.
What you got? What you got it for?
My daughters loved hitting that.
They were so cute.
Thank you. Mr. Corbin, I need the sergeant. No, I need the sergeant at arms to go round up the rest of the.
When he gives us a break, he can't give us back.
I know. All right, that's it. No more recesses for y'all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he was asking me about that. That's why. Yeah, I do. Thank you.
Where's the Yep. And you need to call the roll again, right? Nope.
No, as long as we have a quorum back.
All right, we have a quorum back. Let's get started. All right, moving along, we are going to go through the consent calendar. Under ordinances for introduction, I've been instructed to pull number 20, which is ordinance calendar number 7551, number 28, which is 7559, resolutions number 4, which is C6912, number 5, C6913, number 6, 6914, number 11, 6919. Okay, and from the audience, we have 6909. Number 1. Under resolutions, 69. Yep, 6909. Yep. All right, looking to my left. Does anybody on my left need to pull anything else? Or from my right? All right, seeing no one else and no one else from the public, I'll take a motion to accept the, all right, from Mr. Impastato and Mr. Burke. Mr. Smith, you had your light on?
Second.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, so this is to vote on the consent calendar minus the items we pulled. Did we pull? Sure. Under ordinances for introduction, that's going to be number 20, which is 7551, number 28, 7559. Then under resolutions, we pulled number 1, which is 6909. We also pulled number 4, which is 6912. We pulled number 5, 6913, number 6, 6914, and also number 11, 6919. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Let's vote our machines.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All righty. Moving to the first item pulled. Ms. Tanner, did you want to make a? No? Okay. Moving to the first item pulled, it's going to be ordinance for introduction, number 20 on the, and it's number 7551. Ordinance calendar number 7551, ordinance to amend the 2024 grants budget, amendment number 4. There was an error on this one, and a substitute ordinance is available. Ms. Leslie?
Yes, sir. So the correction that we're making is on the first page of the ordinance, Fund 141. The last 2 grants that are listed, the dollar amounts were reversed. So grant F2215, Local Coastal Zone Program, should be the budget rolled over as 139,108.50. And then the next line, F1804, which is a planting of Cypress Bayou Pond and Barry Todd Road Pond projects, that should read the 31,180.44. So those 2 dollar amounts were reversed on the ordinance.
Okay. Do we have any comment from the council or from the public? I'd entertain a motion. Okay, it's motion from Mr. Rolling and seconded by Mr. Impastato.
Substitute.
And that's the motion to substitute. All right, so now we're going to need to vote on the substituted motion. Please vote your machines. Mhm.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
And now I'll take a motion to introduce. Mr. Rolling and Mr. Impastato. All right, moving to the next ordinance for introduction. This is going to be number 28, ordinance calendar number 7559. Ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Parish Council, Section 2-75, Agenda Format, to establish a 1-minute time limitation for public comment on procedural motions to postpone any item on a Parish Council agenda. And we need to make a slight change on this. It was listed as Lachlan and Impastato. It needs to be changed to the sponsors are Mr. Corbin and Mr. Phillips. All right, Mr. Corbin.
The intent of this ordinance is only for we have a procedural action to allow a 1-minute time limit instead of the 3-minute time limit to come up and say, yes, we support whatever that action is, or no, we don't. Last time we did not have this ordinance in place, and we had a much longer discussion about a procedural item. So that's all we're changing. It does not reduce public comment, the 3-minute public comment that's allowed for a specific vote on an item or an ordinance or a resolution, just on a procedural change.
All right, anyone? Anyone else? And do we have any public comment on this? No? All right, I'll entertain a motion. Motion from Mr. Corbin. Second by Mr. Burke. Please vote your machines.
Two more votes.
We got 2 more votes outstanding, y'all. Make sure you check your machines.
We are voting on the amendment to change the sponsor. That motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right.
I need a motion and a second to introduce.
I need a motion and a second to introduce, please. Mr. Corbin and Mr. Binder.
Thank you.
All right, moving over to resolutions. Number 1, Resolution Council Series number 6909, resolution to adopt procedures relative to the appointment of open positions to boards or commissions by the St. Tammany Parish Council. And Mr. Corbin, Mr. Binder, we have 3 cards on this if you'd like them to go first. All right, thank you. David Ziegler. Okay. Morris St. Angelo. And Kevin Marino. Okay. Give me a second. There you go. You have 3 minutes,
Hey,
sir.
Good evening again. I like this resolution. I support it. I do wish it would have some language that shows how we're going to deal with retirements from boards and other things. Whenever somebody leaves a board early or leaves, how we're going to deal with this, because this really only establishes the way we vote on that. I think it's more clear. I think it's a good resolution. I kind of debated whether or not I like to draw the straws to find the ones that are the terms, but I don't know if I could come up with a much better solution. So it's pretty good. I do support it. Thanks for writing it.
Thank you. Mr. Corbin, did you want to speak again?
I think we explained it last time. I don't know if there's any warrant need for it. Basically, just as a real clarity, it's a process that's been followed for the last 20 years, at least on the Parish Council, of using ballots to vote. The fundamental difference is that once those ballots have been turned in, calculated, recorded by the clerk and the administrator, they're turned back, and then we read them out loud so that everyone has a record of who we voted for, as opposed to having to go look it up or find a piece of paper. So it brings it out in the open. That's the only difference.
All right. Not seeing anyone else in the queue, I'd entertain a motion. All right, Mr. Corbin, and seconded by Mr. Bender. All right, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, moving on to the next resolution pulled. This is number 4, Resolution Council Series number C-6912. Resolution to concur or not concur with the City of Slidell annexation and rezoning of Lot 2A, Square 8, Lindbergh Glen, from Parish Highway Commercial 2 to City of Slidell C4, which is Highway Commercial. Property is located near the intersection of Interstate 10 and Orion Street, Slidell, Louisiana, situated in Section 12, Township 9 South, Range 14 East. This is in Ward 8, District 13. Mr. Corbin.
Talking with the City of Slidell, one of the reasons they want to do this is in order to connect their water system. It's not a fundamentally significant transition. This is undeveloped property, and if something should be developed and there'd be sales tax, we'd have that sales tax for a period of time. I see no reason not to move forward with this.
Motion concur.
All right. So that's a motion to concur. All right. So Mr. Corbin, motion to concur, and Mr. Bender, are you second? Yes, sir. Yep. Second by Mr. Bender. All right. So we have a motion and a second. We can vote.
Missing one.
We got one missing, y'all. Check your machines. Everybody vote.
All right, I'm closing it. The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, next item is number 5, Resolution Council Series number C-6913, resolution to concur or not concur with the Town of Pearl River annexation and rezoning of 327 acres, Pearl River, Louisiana. Property is located on Porters River Road, south of Interstate 59, Mobile Home Park, situation in sections 13, 18, and 37, Township 8 South, Range 14 and 15 East. This is going to be in Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Kugel.
I wanted to move to substitute resolution. I did send it out, or I think it was all sent out to everyone as well as I shared with the public. The substitute resolution actually adds to one of the last paragraph that the annexation of this parcel in Area 2 does not require parish approval pursuant to the Growth Management Annexation and Revenue Sharing Agreement between St. Tammany Parish, Sales Tax District number 3, and the Town of Pearl River, executed on March 31st, 2023. And I want to make a motion to approve the substitute resolution. I'm sorry, to And then we'll talk about the, okay.
Yeah.
I want to make a motion to approve the substitute resolution.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to substitute. We're going to need to vote. Seeing anyone else, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
And now we're going to need a motion to introduce.
No, to concur.
Or to concur.
Okay, so.
Or to not concur.
To concur, okay. So at this time, I'd wanted to recognize the mayor of Pearl River and several of the aldermen. Mr. Mayor, could I just, if you could come to the microphone for just 1 second? No, we didn't have. So I just wanted to clarify, this is something that came up at the agenda meeting. This annexed property, you will be providing sewage services and police services to this property?
Correct. That was their main reason for wanting to annex into the town, was for the sewer service.
And did you have anything else you wanted to mention?
No, I've just asked for your support. This property is within our growth management plan. I don't see why there is any reason not to concur with it.
Okay. At this time, I want to make a motion to concur.
Second.
Can we get his name?
Mr. Mayor, would you please state your name just for the record?
Joe Lee.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we have a motion and from Mr. Kugel and a second from Mr. Impastato to concur. All right, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so much. Appreciate it.
Good night. All right, moving on to the next item, resolution number 6, resolution council series number C6914, resolution to concur or not concur with the City of Covington annexation and rezoning of Lot 302, Section A, Flowers Estate subdivision from Parish Highway 2 to City of Covington CR Regional Commercial. The property is located near the intersection of Highway 21 and Xenia Drive. Covington, situation in Section 47, Township 7 South, Range 11 East, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. This piece of property is owned by an individual that owns adjoining properties that they're already annexed into the city of Covington. I don't see any reason we should object to that, so I would like to make a motion to accept.
All right, so we have a motion to concur and a second by Mrs. Casabon. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's vote our machines.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, thank you. That ends, oh wait, sorry, we have one more. Resolution number 11. Resolution Council Series number C6919, resolution to initiate pilot program to identify and inspect on-site sewage disposal systems in council districts 1, 2, 4, 7, and 11. And we also have a substitution resolution on this one. All right, so Mr. Kugel?
Did we want to vote on the substitute first?
Yes. So I need someone to speak.
I just want to make sure the substitute resolution also does not include District 9.
It does not. It actually just adds districts 5 and 13 to the. So it's the same wording. It's just adding 2 additional districts in there.
You can join any time.
Yeah, and all you have to do, if y'all want to join in, just speak to the Director of Environmental Services, and he'll just add you in. You don't need to be joined in on the resolution. All right. So I'll enter Ms. Tanner.
And this also, the testing will be done only in these council districts, not in SITs and the other ones that's not included.
No, ma'am. If you're not on the list, you will not be included.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So I'll entertain a motion to substitute. Mr. Impastato, do I have a second? Mrs. Seiden, please vote for the substitution.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, and we have some speaker cards for this one. Mr. Toledano.
Thank you.
I'm really sorry I'm not going to be able to stay to the very bitter end of this meeting, but I do appreciate y'all moving this up. I wounded myself this weekend with too much spare time fishing. I come before you on this because it's something that's dear to my heart, and I think dear to the heart of many people. And we talk about making St. Tammany Parish better. We talk about making it great. This is exactly what this ordinance is about. And quite frankly, it's for the benefit, for the most part, for you new ladies and gentlemen who heretofore were not a part of some of this process. And I would have to start, so part of what I'm going to tell you is hopefully educational and helpful for to you going forward and ultimately voting positively, I hope, on the ordinance. But first I want to begin by giving credit where credit is due, and that is to President Cooper, who I accidentally almost called Mayor Cooper. He appointed and created a committee called the Untreated Wastewater Task Force. And it was a large committee of quite a few number of experts, as much as caring people in the community. And our mission was, and luckily I was able to be a part of that committee, our mission was to look at the overall system of treating sewage, and particularly untreated sewage in the parish, and trying to make it better. What we found is that, and for those of you who are aware of this, it probably shocked you at the time, but some are not. We have over 36,000 septic tank treatment facilities in this parish. Now think about that, 36,000 of them. It is singly the greatest polluter in St. Tammany Parish. It is singly the most environmentally dangerous ongoing process we have in this parish. Our parish, when we look at our census, it goes exponentially every 10 years. It grows a heck of a lot faster than even what the census tells us. We got to do something about it. So I was fortunate to chair what we would call a subcommittee or a spin-off committee, and that was to look at what was the first practical solution to solving this problem, or at least putting it under some sort of control factor. So with that committee, we undertook that mission. But I want to tell you what the effort of this committee was. We spent over a year working on a diligent and regular basis. Those members included Tim Brown, our parish representative, Chris Tissue, Kevin Caluette, Emily Couvillon, Peyton Grigg, Tim Smith, John Marino, and Terry Stevens. Those people worked tirelessly to come up with the solution that is represented in your ordinance number 7352, which hopefully you will be entertaining sooner than later. And that ordinance looked at a practical way to make this process better. That is to say, we can't tell everybody in a day, look, you got to be on a central sewer system. You're not in a subdivision, and we don't have a central sewer system. But something has got to be, and by the way, those numbers, the 36,000 number grows on a yearly basis. We have to do something. It's imperative that we do something to regulate this to the extent that we know our neighbors are not harming our neighbors. We are not doing an injustice to our environment, because at the end of the day, it all ends up, God is good to me. I live on the Tchefuncte River. It ends up in the Tchefuncte River. It ends up in the Bogleifly River. It ends up in the Pearl River. It ends up in all these tributaries. We have to do something about it. So the committee thought long and hard about the process, and the best process that we found was to aid those people that own those systems. I'm one of them. So we said we're going to set up an inspection process. And that inspection process says every 3 years we are going, I'm no longer we, I'm just remembering I'm on the other side of we. But the parish is going to inspect your systems, and they're going to inspect it for functionality. And by that, I mean we're not going to do a bioanalytical approach to this, but we are going to look at it and tell you and help you to tell you whether it needs to be repaired, upgraded, or what have you. And we built into that ordinance, as you might know, but might not know.
Mr. Toledano, you're out of time.
Would you allow?
I gave you extra time too, Director. Can you wrap up? I'll give you 30 seconds.
I can wrap up in 30 seconds. Number one is we have exemptions. But importantly, what I'm asking you all to consider is this. The pilot program is going to be 1,000 homes. That pilot program will be extremely important to gather data going forward. We want all of you, and we're asking all of y'all to participate in that pilot program. There's, I believe, 6 districts right now that say they don't want to be a part of it. It's not going to cost your constituents $1 to be in that pilot program, but it will give us the best data going forward in what we think is the best environmental project that could take place in this parish. So part of the reason why I'm here, and I'm gassing on my time, is that we really need all of y'all to do this. And it's no cost to your constituents. So at the end of the day, I thank you for the little extra time.
Thank you.
And I would ask when the matter comes before you, you look favorably at passing this ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toledano. Kevin Marino.
I'm going to keep my comments a little shorter. I like this resolution. We have beautiful waterways in St. Tammany, and these systems pollute them. I know people don't intend to. There's reasons that these systems aren't in compliance, but we need to find a way to solve it. I think this study is a good step to do that. I suggest you all approve this ordinance. Very happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the council. Do we have any comment? Mr. Rowling?
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Toledano, I want to thank you for taking the lead on this and your passion on this, because I think down the road it is going to help every resident to have cleaner water in St. Tammany Parish. So I want to thank you what you have done helping this committee. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips, I'm sorry, Mr. Impastato, then Mr. Phillips.
I'm very much in support of this. Mr. Tim Brown came to a community meeting in Lacombe, did a fantastic job of explaining it to our community. And I have no other comments. I would like to motion.
All right, so we have a motion to adopt. Mr. Phillips, and then Mr. Corbin.
If you could just verify after the amendment, what districts are represented on this?
I'm sorry, let me press your button again. There you go. Say that again, please, sir, for the record.
Just to read out exactly all the districts are involved after the amendment.
Okay, I will. Mr. Corbin?
I also want to thank Riker Toledano and the other members of the team that were involved in pulling this together. I think it's absolutely necessary that we gather the data to help us understand what the situation really is, and then to be able to move forward on something to go address it. If anybody's familiar with Dr. W. Edwards Deming, he said, "In God we trust, all others bring data. Bring some data, support the data that shows how bad the problem is. That data will be very useful as we move forward and come up with ordinances or resolutions necessary to help clean up the waterways in St. Tammany Parish."
All right, so we have a motion. Did we have a second? No. From Mr. Smith. And just to clarity, this is going to be for council districts 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 11, and 13. All right, please. Oh, Mr. Burke?
I just want to clarify, we can, like, my district's not listed, but I can go ahead and join this program, but just by...
Just let Mr. Brown know.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, so please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you, Reichert.
Thank y'all very much.
All right, that ends our...
It's not too late to sign up.
All right, that's the end of our consent calendar. We're going to move on to appeals. There was a mistake made on the first appeal. This was not supposed to be on tonight's calendar. Yeah, so just so you all know the rules, each side is allowed 10 minutes to present their case and 3 minutes for rebuttal. A 2-minute conclusion per side may be allowed if questions are asked by the council. So, as we said, the first item is actually going to be scratched. That actually should have been on next month's agenda. Next up, the first appeal heard tonight is going to be number 2, John Scaife and Stephanie Kovac appealing the Zoning Commission approval on February 6, 2024 to rezone 7.001 acres of land, more or less, located on the north side of Louisiana Highway 22 West, being 1846 Louisiana Highway 42 West, Madisonville, from its present A2 to Community-Based Facilities District 1, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I believe you all remember the presentation that was made for this proposed development. It makes a lot of sense to me personally to move forward with this. I believe the Zoning Commission had a unanimous approval, and I would strongly suggest that we agree with the Zoning Commission and approve this project.
Yes. All right. Mr. Smith, can we hear the appellants first?
Sure.
Thank you. All right. John Scaife? Scaife. Thank you, sir. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, I have a little short video I would like to show. Can I get onto there? Can I get my computer onto the screen? I'm plugged into your USB.
Sure. You're on now, sir.
Because of traffic, drainage, impact on neighboring property owners, and 16 other concerns we have listed in this handout that we're sending out right now, for your consideration, we are convinced that this is the wrong time and the wrong place for a ballpark. Obviously, in 3 minutes, I do not have time to review our 19 concerns in any detail, and even the hour and a half of public meeting that Kathy so graciously arranged for us, we were only able to touch on 3 or 4 of them, and not because of distractions, partly. We were not able to get into the kind of detail we would have liked to have gotten even on the worst 3. But because I'm forced to limit myself to 3 minutes or 4 minutes, all I can touch is my most major concern, the unsafe traffic situation on Highway 22. Please consider this minute and a half of video. Okay, now imagine the parents of 48 children trying to enter and exit from this stream of rush hour traffic 5 days a week. Petitioners have insisted they will adhere to engineering and DOT guidelines, but adhering to these guidelines has not prevented flooding in our subdivisions or on our properties, or accidents on Highway 22. There have been fatal accidents on Highway 22 in this traffic. You, the parish council representatives, can prevent this bad situation from getting worse by denying this zoning change recommendation. Improvements proposed by DOT and drainage improvements hoped for from engineers may or may not be forthcoming. But until such improvements are actually implemented and we know they are effective, let us not make this bad situation worse. A2 zoning, a maximum of 7 houses on this 7 acres, is appropriate. Please deny this zoning request. You have some more speaker cards, I think.
Thank you. Stephanie Kovac or Kovac.
I am Stephanie Kovac, a 12-year resident of Timberlane. I would ask that you please refer to the photos on pages 7 and 8 in the handout that we provided. And as you do, consider this. The proposed ballpark will be positioned on a stretch of highway that is not just dangerous. As we have seen time and time and time again, it is deadly. The ballpark will be operational every weekday beginning at peak traffic time. Imagine a scenario where at 5 o'clock, rush hour, a driver's turning left out of Timberlane while another, just feet from our entrance, is turning left out of the ballpark. Both must cross the opposite lane of traffic, turning towards one another, while at the same time trying to beat the traffic already flying down Highway 22. Yes, there has been talk of a roundabout at 1085 and 22. In fact, I've been hearing about that roundabout for the better part of the 12 years that I've lived at Timberlane. While I applaud Mr. Smith's determination to get that roundabout done, residents of Timberlane have repeatedly, for years, reached out to DOT for a solution, and we have been told, as recently as this past January, and I quote, "While crashes are present, there is not enough of a correctable pattern for us to consider another form of traffic control. In other words, not enough people have died." Quite frankly, I will believe that roundabout is coming once I see it built. It is not that the surrounding communities don't want this property developed. We simply want the safest solution to be implemented, and that is for the A2 zoning that allows for 7 multi-acre residences to stay in place. The random traffic pattern produced by residents entering and exiting a 7-home community is far safer along this dangerous stretch of highway than a steady stream of vehicles with mothers and children in tow entering and exiting that facility every day of the week at rush hour and all day on Saturdays and possibly Sundays. Mr. Shane has repeatedly insisted traffic to ball practice will not involve 48 vehicles because parents carpool their kids. I shudder to think of an accident involving a car full of children. If you all insist upon approving this rezoning, please don't offer more promises to fix the infrastructure after ground breaks. Fix the infrastructure first. Without careful consideration, there could be a family that's forced to live the rest of their lives with an empty seat at the table, all because of a fatal accident on the way to or from ball practice. Thank you.
Stephen Ferreira.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Ferrara. I live at 176 Timberwood Drive. I am the HOA president for Timberlane subdivision, so I represent that subdivision. It's hard to follow that up, but I would just like to say, whether you know it or not, you all vote tonight can save lives. I live right on Highway 22. I've seen every accident there for the past 18 years that I've lived there. We've had some serious ones. We've had helicopters come down and take people out of vehicles and take them away. We don't know if they survived or not. We don't want to see this again. They're passionate about the project, which we're fine with them, what they want to do, but we just think it's in the wrong spot. A2 is suitable. We'd much rather have A2, and I believe that once the zoning is changed, it can't go back. Is that correct? Once it's changed to CBF1, it can't go back to A2. Why can't we put the horse before the cart and make sure that everything gets done correctly and make sure it's going to work, and then decide on if the CBF1 can go forward? We'd love to have the A2. It's going to be a safer function, a safer option for us. Drainage would be much better for us, and we'd like to take our chances there instead of possibly having lives lost on Highway 22. So I urge you to, let's do the right thing for a change. There's 9 new members of the board. I would imagine you all run to make changes and do things better here in the parish. Let's make some sensible changes. Let's do things sensibly. Let's take a look and see if it's going to work before we change the zoning. And if it doesn't, we'll take A2. We'd love to have that. It'd be much safer than what we're going to have here with this ballpark. There's plenty of places that this place could be put in St. Tammany Parish. There's plenty of land for sale with safer access roads to those with this facility. We're not against the baseball field. I'm not against the baseball field, just not in this area. I don't want to see dead bodies less than 50 yards from my back door where I live. I've seen it. I've seen wrecks. I'm tired of seeing it. So I urge you, please, vote against this tonight. Let's do the right thing. Let's save lives. You can save lives tonight by voting against this. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just a quick mention to you, that handout that we sent out has pictures of some of those accidents. I was involved in one of those accidents. I was trying to turn left into Timber Lane, and I had stopped for some time and had my left signal on and was waiting to turn into Timber Lane, and somebody came up behind me full speed, passed me on the left, and head-on collision with a Tacoma pickup truck. You have a picture of that accident in there. I have never experienced that much force in one spot like that. 2 vehicles traveling at highway speed in head-on collision in front of Timber Lane subdivision, and you have pictures of that, and several other accidents. There was a woman and a 16-year-old child killed in an accident on Highway 22 trying to come out of 1085. Even if we get the roundabout in, let's wait and see if it works. If anybody has experienced the effect of the roundabout at 1075 and 1085, I have seen that backed up all the way to the freeway, which would back this up way past Timber Lane, completely blocking 3 subdivisions. So let's, even if we're going to have a roundabout, let's see if the roundabout works before we authorize this change. And then we don't need to be piling more traffic onto an already crowded traffic situation. And you saw in the video people trying to get out of subdivisions. Can you imagine a woman with, say they're carpooling, 3 or 4 kids in the car trying to get home, and these kids are just coming out of a baseball practice. They're pretty wound up. She's going to have some distractions to deal with, and she's going to be trying to fit into this high-speed traffic. This traffic is 55, 60, 65 miles an hour. I'll leave you 4 seconds. Please reject this zoning.
Thank you. Mr. Shane?
Good evening. My name's Jeff Shane. I'm with the Jones Fussell Law Firm. I'm at P.O. Box 1810 in Covington. I have the pleasure of representing the petitioners in this case, 2 of which are with me this evening, Dr. Smitty Smith and Dan Canaveri, who are the principals as it relates to the development of 2 softball, baseball practice fields for youth on this 7 acres. I've given you a series of handouts, one of which you received before last month's meeting when this matter was postponed. You received it again earlier this week as a reminder, but the sheet I would appreciate you maybe focusing on the most would be the single sheet dated March 21 of 2024. Some of the information that I hope is important to you is the fact that by my count, tonight is literally the 7th public meeting as it relates to this project. And the significance of that is that it was before the zone, it was on 3 zoning commission agendas. It's been on your agenda twice, last month, which time it was postponed. And maybe most importantly, there were 2 community meetings, one January 24th and one on March 21st. The significance of that is that throughout all of the discussions, conversations, etc., I am disappointed to hear tonight that the residents in the area primary motivation is one of fear and intimidation. And I really believe that is the message that you heard this evening, that your action should be in response to a fear that 2 softball, baseball practice fields will create a death trap for children. Rather than work through fear and intimidation, I would ask that you consider reasonableness and also following regulations. So what do I mean by that? My client's vision is to provide a recreational opportunity for youth, ages 7 through 13. There is an inordinate lack of practice fields for children to learn the skills of playing softball and baseball. There's a reason that they're buying the 7 acres, and that's to create 2 practice fields, not fields for league play, not fields for weekend tournaments, but fields for practice. And it's because Coach Canaveri actually has a baseball academy on Highway 1077 in a warehouse type structure where he teaches softball and baseball skills to youth. You've got batting cages, you've got pitching lanes, you've got opportunities to field, etc. But at some point it would be like a golfer hitting golf balls into a net in his garage. He wants to get on the course. Well, the kids want to get on the field. Dan can't find a spot to take them. Have you been to Coquille? It is a fabulous facility, but its facility is constantly in use, which is a good thing. So the private sector believes that there's a need to provide a recreational opportunity. Who will these recreational opportunities be for? In large part, it's going to be for the rooftops that already live in western St. Tammany Parish. So the reasonableness that I talk about is, let's think about it. If you had a 12-year-old daughter that's learning to play softball and a 10-year-old that's learning to play baseball, and they happen to want to get involved with Dan or someone else, and they have an opportunity to go to a practice field, if there are no fields in western St. Tammany Parish, does that mean that those parents are not going to be in cars and taking those kids somewhere to play ball? I don't think so. I think we're forcing them to be on the roads, and we're going to force them to go greater distances. We're going to force them to go to other ballparks. Now, there's nothing sinister in that, but my point is that one of, I think, the strong attributes of this project is that it brings a recreational opportunity to the area where the people are already living. The rooftops are there. We know what western St. Tammany Parish consists of. Now let's talk about the regulation side of it that I've referenced, because the underlying concerns that I heard this evening were traffic and drainage. You can't go build 2 practice fields without getting permits from the parish. You can't have a driveway to 2 practice fields off of a state highway without having a driveway permit from LADOTD. So quite frankly, whether it's 2 practice fields, or whether it would be a 7-lot subdivision, or whether it would be maybe similar to some of the other subdivisions where there's tens, if not hundreds of lots, you're going to have to comply with what the applicable regulations require. It might be a traffic study. It might be mitigation in the form of a turn lane or a wider mouth to the driveway going into the facility. The point is that we understand that before a shovel can be put in the ground to build 2 practice fields, you're going to have to meet whatever applicable laws require. The same thing with drainage. But that one really drives me crazy when I hear the opposition. These are 2 practice fields. They're not artificial turf, by the way, and there's not going to be concrete drives and concrete parking lots. And by the way, there's no grandstands, there's no refreshment stand. This is not Minute Maid Park. This is going to be green grass. Yes, there's going to be red compacted clay. That's a big part of baseball. But for the most part, it's Mother Earth. That doesn't mean that we don't have to account for the water that hits the ground, direct it where it needs to go, detain it, and reduce the rate of runoff as to whatever ordinances are applicable by St. Tammany Parish. So at the end of the day, I mean, we want to be a good neighbor because we'd like to think our neighbors are likely to be some of the best customers that we have. They're going to be the families that hopefully have an opportunity to use this facility. We not only don't want to exacerbate their flood conditions if they have any, we want to minimize them. And by reducing the rate of runoff by 25% after these 2 baseball fields are developed, we in fact will make a lesser impact from a drainage perspective. With regard to traffic, on your fact sheet, you'll see I've suggested to you how many children will be there, how many instructors, and hours of day. Well, what is peak traffic for most of us? 6:30, 7 in the morning till 8:30? We're not going to be having baseball practice during the first peak hour of the day. When is the second peak hour? Maybe 4:30, maybe to 6:30. Probably out there with the number of cars. I mean, it's probably extended. Yes, there will be some conflict, but we're not ashamed of that, and we understand that if the regulators, which is not only the parish, but the state, tell us that we have to do things as it relates to how we handle vehicles, we'll do so. But the suggestion that this project is a killer, that it's asking for trouble, even the mention of dead lives, I find to be just totally out of place. I think there's some relevance to the fact that the 3 closest subdivisions in this area, Timber Lane, Montgomery Terrace, and Rayford Oaks, they total almost 320 lots between them. Most homes in this day and age, would you say 2 cars? Some have 1. Some have 3. Some have 4. Kids, teenagers, etc. But I'm just going to use the multiple of 2 cars per house. I'm going to suggest to you that the generator of most of the traffic in the immediate area are the residents that live there. And they should be the generators of the traffic. We're happy they live there. But if you take a look at the impact of the subdivisions against the impact of 2 practice fields, I suggest that there's a great difference. At the end of the day, the St. Tammany Parish Zoning Commission, which in my view has always had a very conservative eye about changing zoning, particularly when they have a lot of people in the area that have concerns, they voted unanimously to recommend the change of zoning. I don't think that was done by chance. I told you this thing's been debated many times, many public hearings. So what I ask you to consider this evening is not only sustaining what the Zoning Commission has recommended to you, but give these clients of mine an opportunity to bring recreation to the people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Scaife, you have 3 minutes to rebut.
There are 12 fields in Coquille. There are 15 fields in Pelican Park. There are numerous schools that allow people to use their fields to practice. The Knights have a field over on 59. There is no shortage of places for people to play. Most of the traffic coming through there is not subdivisions, it's people coming from New Orleans on their way to Tangipahoa Parish, where you see those monstrous developments going on just on the other side of the parish line, Tangipahoa Parish. It's not local subdivision traffic that I'm most concerned about. It's all the traffic coming through there on their way to Tangipahoa Parish, to those monstrous subdivisions that are coming up there. The zoning committee, we feel like, was pressured into this without getting enough information on it, because Mr. Shane told them that they would be cycled out by that Thursday and they needed to make a decision on it this time because they were fixing to change the zoning commission. So I think that a more recently appointed zoning commission might have been more open to the suggestions of the electorate, the more recently that more recently put some of you people on in your positions. So I think the wrong zoning commission made this decision. It should have been, the zoning commission should have been allowed for its change out, and then the more modern zoning commission made this decision. If you don't do anything else, table this for another month until you have a look at, he's talked about 3 problems, traffic and drainage being 2 of the big ones, because we've only gotten a chance to get that far in our explanation of the concerns we have for them. You see on the list in front of you 19 concerns that we have never even gotten a chance to talk about. He talked about the wonderful thing Coach Conavari is doing, teaching baseball to these kids. This is a profit-generated business. Mr. Conavari has to make a profit. He has to make not only a profit, but a return on investment, a very significant return on investment. The CBF zoning is way too liberal on what it allows as far as concessions and profit-making ventures. We have no guarantee, we have no deed restrictions, we have nothing to guarantee that there's not going to be any tournaments and pay-for games or bleachers or anything else. You see how vague the diagrams are that have been presented to us. We've got the cart before the horse. We're changing the zoning before engineering has a chance to look at it. This place is so muddy, it's going to take a lot of money to muck it out and even fill it in. And we wonder if they even have the right business model to do that. But they got to make a profit. They're in this for a profit. Don't be misled and think they're doing this just for the fun. They're doing this for a profit.
Thank you.
And we don't think they can make profit with the kind of arrangements they're trying to make.
Thank you. Mr. Shane, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I don't know that there'd ever be enough time for Mr. Scaife and some of those that have spoken this evening to get satisfied with this project. The Zoning Commission voted on this matter, I think for good reason. It was the 3rd consecutive month that the case was on their agenda. And I mean, they studied it. It was a community meeting. They did the things that zoning commissions do. They had staff report, by the way, that had no negative comments as it relates to the proposed change of zoning. And with all due respects, the permitted uses that you'll see on the fact sheet, item 3 in this proposed zone, on a 7-acre parcel, it's hard to imagine that this 7 acres could be abused in some way by any of those uses. Yes, we're for profit, and we're like most people in this great country. We have an opportunity to pursue those opportunities that satisfy the need, not only the needs of children, but we're not suggesting we're doing this as a nonprofit or for only the benefit of the people. But I think it is interesting that it's for kids. It's kids ages 7 to 13. And you know what? We want to own those 2 fields, and we want to control them because we make the schedule. Meaning, we can go to those fields anytime we need to go to them. We don't have to worry about going to a public facility and asking them for the opportunity. That's a big part of the business model. So there has been a lot of thought given as to how this could play out. I am sorry that some of the residents still feel that this is an inappropriate use. I will tell you that if you saw the numbers of people that initially opposed this, they're not the same numbers that are here this evening. And I think there's a reason. I think it's because they've gotten answers to their questions. I think they've seen that this is not the monster that it perhaps could have been. And let's talk about what happens if the business is successful and the business model changes. What would stop maybe a 3rd practice field? Or what would stop maybe putting in a refreshment stand? I used the analogy at the last community meeting that if you have a 2,000 square foot home and you want to add 500 square feet to put in 2 bedrooms, a bath, do you think you just go do that on your own? You got to get a permit from the parish. Got to submit a drainage plan. In a residential situation, you wouldn't have to submit a traffic plan. My point is that if this project grows and there's additional needs and additional uses, there are safeguards in place that will require that we make submissions to make sure that the impacts are reasonable and do not threaten the life the safety, the well-being of those around us. Please concur with the Zoning Commission recommendation and introduce the ordinance to rezone this tract so that my clients can bring 2 practice fields to this site.
Thank you. Mr. Kugel?
I had a few questions, just Mr. Shane. First, so I'm looking at this diagram. It shows 2 practice fields and 1 normal-sized field for games, or because it's just showing 2 smaller fields and then 1 bigger one.
That was in the initial zoning staff report.
Okay.
And that was later amended, and you've been given a later site plan in the packet that only shows 2 practice fields on the easterly side.
You know, where is that in the packet? Do you have it near the end?
It should be.
Oh, this, okay, okay.
So you're correct in that we started with 3 fields and we heard so much opposition. My client determined that there was no reason for them to build 3 fields initially.
Okay.
And we have specifically said that we would limit it to 2 practice fields.
So when you have 2 practice fields, you're not going to hold games there?
You probably have an inter-squad game, but
Okay.
it's not going to be a setup for a league or for a tournament or Ponchatoula coming to play Madisonville or that type of thing. Again, it's to service the students, the young athletes that are being taught the individual skills so that they'll have a chance to play the collaborative sport as a team.
Okay, and how many nights a week would you say it's probably going to be? Do they have an idea?
Yeah, no, take a look at the fact sheet that I gave you. Look at item 5.
It's the first page?
Sir?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the single
Second page?
sheet.
Okay.
Yes, sir, item 5.
Oh, okay.
And we've suggested that the proximate hours would be 4 to 10, Monday to Friday, and could be 7:30 to 6, Saturday and Sunday. We don't envision it being 7 days a week. We don't envision it being 52 weeks a year. But we don't want to suggest that it couldn't be any of those days in those approximate time ranges.
I appreciate it. I guess my frame of reference, and I think this is Ms. Tanner's as well, is we have Rec 7, which actually has, on Highway 41, which actually has more practice fields and actually a regular field for games, at least 1, I think it is. And I understand the concern with some of these pictures, but I guess my thought is I don't really see these issues happening for Rec 7, and I think that's actually a bigger area on Highway 41, the concerns that have been mentioned. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Cheryl, because you've been following.
All right. Mr. Kugel, thank you. And going to Mr. Rolling.
Thank you. Whoop, I'm on. Okay, thank you. I appreciate both sides discussing this with us today. I have a couple of questions. I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Shane or the principals. If this moves forward tonight, what would be the proposed start date for this construction, and also maybe how long it would take? Are we looking at 60 days, 120 or more? Because I know we talked about a possible roundabout coming in the future. Just curious what that timetable look like.
I'm going to make sure that my clients don't feel otherwise, but they have not taken title to the property yet. That's going to be a couple of months from now. It's hard to imagine that we'd have all of our ducks in a row. I don't think that we could get a shovel in the ground for at least 6 months. And it could be longer.
And then
there's
as far
obviously
as
a variety of regulatory things you have to do. Zoning's the first step. So we would certainly move forward in trying to put everything together. But as we sit here in April, I can't imagine that these fields would be available for use this calendar year. If so, it would be at the very end of the year.
And then after that, construction time, you think, did anyone give you an estimate on that? 3 months, 6 months, 4?
Sure. Probably 90 days, something like that.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thanks.
Mr. Phillips?
I'm looking at a map, and I'm looking at the diagram of where the field is going to be located. To the west is that Highway 1085?
Further to the west, yes, sir.
I mean, is it unreasonable to have entrance exit off that road? Would it be better to come in that way? Is there no? Okay.
1085 does not border this property.
No, it doesn't. I see it. Is there you don't own that property and you wouldn't go that way.
No,
Okay.
so there's no other access opportunity from the west.
Okay. No, it just looks, right there, looks available, so.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Mrs. Seiden?
I have a question for you, Mr. Shane. I don't know, I think it was Mr. Farrar that brought up traffic turning into one another.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at your driveway on this drawing. Is there any way
It's
to
on.
move it down further, to move it to the other side?
Yes.
Kathy, can you
glad
bring your
that
mic
you
to your
brought
face?
that
Oh,
up.
sorry, to move it to the other side.
Yeah, 'cause that has been discussed, and a concern I know that you have expressed.
Mhm.
We have not started the permit application process. I guess there is certainly a possibility that we would use the existing driveway because we have a servitude over it.
Okay.
But it could be that DOTD and/or the parish is going to mandate or strongly suggest that we construct a new driveway further to the west, and we're not opposed to that if that's what safety requires.
Just to give them a little more breathing room.
Sure.
Mr. Corbin?
I guess I guess I'd want to direct this at Ross. I don't know if you'd be the right person, Ross, or Jeff, you might be the answer, I'm not sure. What's the next step in terms of a traffic study? And the reason I'm asking is because I have family that lives in Rayford Oaks. I'm very, very familiar with this location. I'm very, very familiar with the level of traffic that goes through the location. And I would share concerns just turning off the street that Rayford Oaks is and trying to get on 22, even at non-rush hour times, is very, very difficult, because I've done it many a time. I want to understand what's the next step in terms of the traffic, and how does that get addressed? It seems like a decent project if the infrastructure was in place to support it. I have candid and grave concerns that the infrastructure is not there currently, and I'm just going from my own personal experience. So if you could help me understand how these two play together and how that plays in the overall project development, I'd be very interested to understand that.
Sure. Well, I think a couple of things. First, with regard to the projected traffic. We have suggested, and it's really an upside number, but there would never be more than 50 players there at any one time. Their ages 7 through 13, so obviously they're not driving their own vehicle there. And our experience tells us, because these same young people come to Dan's Six Rings Academy, that they'll be dropped off by a parent. Many times they're siblings, meaning that it's 2 or 3 in the vehicle, or they may be carpooling. So my point is that all 50 don't come, because it's not like the game starts at 7. This is not a project, again, that is scheduled for an event. It's set up for practice fields. So the vehicles will likely arrive over a period of time, a continuum. That's one fact. The other thing is, as it relates to Rayford Oaks, but forgive me if I'm mistaken, but I think Rayford Oaks entrance is actually on Brewster Road.
Oh, yeah, I'm not worried about where Rayford enters Brewster. I'm worried where I have to get, when I go down Brewster and try to get onto 22. There's tons of traffic in that space.
Oh, sure.
So
but
I'm talking about the intersection of 22, Jeff.
I just wanted to make sure. I mean, yeah, but Brewster goes to 1085.
Which then goes to?
1085 goes to 22. Yep. Correct.
Been there.
So then let's talk about the regulation side. When does the traffic stuff kick in? So in order to procure a permit to, I guess initially to clear, but ultimately to construct, to move dirt, to do drainage, you have to, of course, file a permit application, and part of that application is going to include the engineering department examine the use, the scope of the use, and what requirements they make as it relates to traffic. So that could be that they want to see a traffic study, maybe traffic counts on the days and times of day that we're suggesting that we would be having these practices. In addition to that, in order to have a driveway, whether it's the current driveway or whether it's a driveway further west, as we just discussed, DOTD is going to examine the traffic issue and the access issue, and they will determine if they want a traffic study and what the scope of that will be. So to answer the question, before you get a permit to put a shovel in the ground, you're going to have the traffic box checked at the state level as it relates to access off the state highway, and at the parish level in order to procure permits to go forward. And we'll have to see what as you may know, the regulatory bodies or the departments, they determine the scope, what needs to be studied, and then they will ultimately tell us what, if anything, needs to be done to safely accommodate the traffic.
Have the developers made any accommodation in their plans for a collateral investment in the infrastructure?
We understand that that is certainly a possibility. Yes, sir. Absolutely. No different than if we were developing a 7-lot subdivision in order to have traffic approval by the parish planning commission, and also to have the same DOTD permit. We understand that there may be traffic studies warranted, there may be mitigation required, et cetera.
In terms of the operation of the facility, you mentioned that they're not going to be leaving at the same time. It references 50 kids at any given time and only eight teachers or 8 instructors.
Yes.
So I assume that's like 6 to 8 people per instructor, or what's the model? Is there, if I can just finish the question, is it come and 6 kids stay for an hour and they leave, or is it we've got 8 instructors managing 6 kids and everybody has class from 7 to 8, sure, and then we turn over and we have 8 to 9, and then we turn over for another hour and we have 9 to 10?
Could be a little bit of both, and those numbers were based on the max, meaning if both fields were in use at the same time, and we were making a maximum use of each field, where we could have approximately 20 to 25 kids on each field. So that's how we came up with that.
Okay. So Jeff, in that scenario though, if you turn those fields over on the hour, for example, or on the 2 hours, you have twice that volume, because you've got the new set coming in at the same time the old set's trying to leave.
Right.
I'm just trying to understand what the real mechanism is that's going to be going on.
We don't envision that we will have hundreds of students that will be practicing any one day over a continuum of 4, 5, or 6 hours. Again, what I tried to do when pressed was to give what we thought would be, I sat down with Dan and said, what do you see to be the max? But to answer the question, I'm not trying to avoid it.
Oh, you're not. I appreciate that.
I'm not trying to avoid it, but I mean, I'm sure there will be days where he might be doing individual drills at the field with kids, and he might only have 8 or 10 out there. And there could be days when he's going to have 6 other coaches / instructors with him, and there might be 40 kids out there, and they might spend an hour and a half or 2 hours, and there could be a turn. I mean, you're right. But if you think about, at least in my view, if you take a look at the number of cars that are likely to come in and out, I don't think it's going to be anything different than what you would typically see in a residential environment anyway. But the traffic engineer for the parish and DOTD will use the trip manual. There's a sophisticated approach depending on the use, and they're going to ask the same questions. What days of the week? What hours of the day? How many kids? How many instructors? And as you might imagine, those manuals project to them what that traffic will be. Then they're also going to look at the hard counts of the traffic that's out there now. And that's how they're going to determine what, if anything, may need to be done.
Okay. I want to appreciate my council members for letting me ask the operational questions to understand how the thing's really going to, how it's going to propose to turn over. Thank you.
Mrs. Casavon?
Yes, I'm looking at this from a planning point of view, and I would rather see ball fields than more homes, because you would still have more, you know, the vehicles and so on that would be able to come in and out. But one of the things that I wanted to comment on was ask the question that on this particular one, this is remaining wooded and this part wooded. I
The
mean,
piece south of the two fields is not a part of
not
the
a
7
part of it,
acres.
so this part right
But the
here,
west side is part of the property that we're purchasing. It will be zoned, and it certainly has some future potential.
well, it's part of the past that I've seen this, and I guess I'm basing it on when we did Christwood. We put Christwood in, Christwood put their field in, which is a much larger field, you know, probably the size of both of these. But in the future, as they kept adding that, and put lights, y'all, I know you have to have certain kind of lights and stuff, but it didn't matter that it ended up impeding on the subdivision next door because they ended up taking out trees. You know,
Sure.
it changed through the years. So that's one of my concerns, is that is something in, could be written in where you know that buffer's left for the subdivisions around, because if they do end up putting lights in, I see it's for 10 o'clock, that, you know, certain times of the year, of course, those lights would be on, that is, you know, really obtrusive. And that's some of the problems that we had in the area, that it happened down the road. You know, it didn't happen immediately, but these are just thoughts that I would hate to impede on the subdivision in that way. But
Could I respond to that, Ms.
Sure,
Casamore?
sure.
If you'd look at item 9
Uh-huh.
on the single fact sheet,
Yep.
it'll give you an idea of the distance
Good.
from the boundary of this property
Okay.
to the adjoining subdivisions. It's more than 1.5 football fields.
Okay. But it's still those. But the lights. But I'm just saying that just something to keep in the future, because that's the only concern that I have. I know this is I have part of 1085. I see this in a different way, that yes, we have so many kids that go to Coquille, that this is kind of like putting something in your neighborhood that it would be closer to home, that they don't have to travel as far to get to. So eliminating some of that traffic there, you're placing it just like we put, you know, stores in people's communities, that they don't have to go all the way, you know, farther down, whatever. But this, like I said, if this particular piece of property was used, 7 acres, you know, like you said, the homes and stuff, that it's going to be used for something. I think that the ball fields would be more of a value for that particular area. That's it.
All right, thank you. Legal.
And I don't want to prolong this any more than it needs to be. I just want to remind all of the council that this is a zoning case. This is a land use case. And I understand that you all like to see specifics for a specific project, but really what you should be considering is this site appropriate for this use that's been applied for? So this is a use for a CBF1 community-based facility, which allows golf courses and recreational facilities owned by public or private facilities, clubhouses, churches, temples, synagogues, religious educational facilities, clubs, lodges, fraternal and religious institutions. So that should be what you all consider when determining whether to approve this zoning change or not. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
If everybody on the council's finished, I would like to make a motion that we concur with the zoning approval.
All right, we have and a second by Mr. Kugel. Please vote your machines.
The motion passes with 13 yeas, 1 nay, and no one absent.
Introduction of an ordinance.
I'm sorry.
And then we need an introduction and a second on an ordinance.
All right. Deputies, please assist clearing the room, please. All right, so now we're going to need the introduction of an ordinance. Mr. Corbin? I'm sorry, Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, did you want to introduce it's an ordinance, right? An ordinance for us to concur?
Yes.
All right. And now we need a second? All right. That's it. We have a motion and a second. That's Ms. Seiden. All right, moving to our last appeal. It's going to be Rachel P. Catalano and Sean Catalano appealing the zoning commission approval on March 5th, 2024 to rezone 43.68 acres of land, more or less, located on the west side of Louisiana Highway 1085, east of Beatico Boulevard and west of Peters Road, Madisonville, from its present A2 to CBF 1, Ward 1, District 4. Mrs. Seiden?
This is in my district, and we had a community meeting a couple of weeks ago now, and both parties have decided we need a little more time for more information. So I'm going to ask that we postpone it for a month.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve.
Who's the second?
Who was the second? Mr. Impastato?
It's to postpone.
To postpone, correct? All right.
We need to vote.
All right, please vote your machines.
That motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, that concludes our appeals. Moving for ordinances for adoption. All right, did this person want to speak?
I'm 7510.
Okay.
She's the home broker's lady.
Yes, okay. All right. Ordinance calendar number 7127, ordinance to amend portions of ordinance CS number 12-2707, adopted April 5th, 2012, and codified as section 40-333A of the Code of Ordinances of the Parish of St. Tammany, which established and validated fees for sewage and water services provided by systems owned and operated by the parish. So this one was introduced and postponed multiple times, and I believe we have a substitute ordinance for this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Tissue.
Is
Different rates.
yeah.
We want to make this substitution.
Yeah. Yep, Mr. Impastato, we have a motion to substitute. Do we have a second? Mr. Phillips? Yep. Mr. Tissue, if you would please come up to the lectern. Good evening. Could you please explain the substitution?
So substitution is we're amending the rates that were originally proposed from $12.50 a gallon for sewer to $8.50 a gallon for sewer. The water is going to be amended from the earlier proposed $6.50 a gallon for water to $3.50 a gallon for water. And then along with the amendment is going to be a 6-month delay for effectiveness.
Okay. Y'all, this is the last one in our manila folder, I believe. Yeah. All right, yeah, we have the new fees here. Okay, I believe we have a motion and a second. Is that correct? Correct. Any comments before? Yes. No.
To vote on the substitution, and then we'll need to reintroduce it after.
Yeah. All right, so we have a motion and a second for the substitution. Please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, and now I need a motion to, all right, Mr. Impastato, and second by Mr. Rowling. Thank you. Ordinance calendar number 7397, ordinance accepting Barr Street, formerly Center Street, Beverly Heights subdivision into the road and drainage inventories as per enter the parish ROW resolution number 16-00 Ward 001, Ward 8, District 13. Mr. Corbin?
Answered, so I'd so move.
All right, so we have, all right, and a second. Please vote
Who was the second?
Mr. Impastato. Seeing no questions, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 7510, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on the receipt of submissions by the St. Tammany Parish Department of Planning and Development and/or the issuance of any permits by the Department of Permits and Inspections for construction or placement of any new buildings, structures in Forest Glen subdivision located in Council District 7.
So moved.
Mr. Impastato.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Burke. We do have a card on this one. Ms. Jenny Dexter? And I understand you're speaking on the next 3 items, right, in one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. So good evening, council members and President Cooper. Thank you for having me. I'm the new executive director or executive officer of the North Shore Home Builders Association. I want to acknowledge also Amy Ibrasabal, who's my predecessor and has provided such a smooth transition for me. I thank you for allowing me. I know it's a late night for presenting on behalf of our board chair, Bubba Jenkins, who could not be present this evening. So I'll read what he had to say. As we observe Fair Housing Month in St. Tammany Parish, it's crucial to address how our council's actions align with its community's principles. The continued use of moratoriums by St. Tammany Parish stands in stark contrast to the spirit of the National Fair Housing Act, particularly in providing equitable and attainable housing for all. Consider this: the average house in our parish is priced at $330,000. To afford such a home, one needs an income of at least $91,000 per year. Yet, a starting teacher in St. Tammany earns about $46,000. This disparity highlights the gap between housing prices and what our local workforce can afford, undermining the economic stability of our community. Statistics tell us that 2/3 of a person's net worth is tied to home equity. Without the opportunity for home ownership, many families in our parish will struggle to build financial security. The North Shore Home Builders Association witnesses this shortage firsthand, as many of our members' employees, unable to afford local housing, travel from distant locations. We are aware of several other industries experiencing these same troubles. It's clear that the council's continued reliance on moratoriums is exacerbating the issue. The Fair Housing Act includes a provision on disparate impact, which states that policies or practices that systematically eliminate attainable housing are a form of discrimination. The council's continued use of moratoriums does precisely that, disproportionately affecting those who are most in need of affordable housing option. President Cooper's message in his weekly newsletter stated that he proclaimed April as Fair Housing Month in St. Tammany Parish, ensuring all citizens have the freedom to choose their housing without any fears. Taking away our citizens' property rights through moratoriums that stop the issuance of building permits on already zoned parcels is in direct violation of their freedoms of choosing their housing. It's time for a change in strategy, and we urge the council to stop relying on moratoriums as a quick fix and to start addressing the root cause of our challenges, the need for substantial infrastructure improvements. By doing so, we can work towards solutions that benefits all members of St. Tammany Parish. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote your machines.
The motion passes with 13 yeas, 1 nay, and no one absent.
Next up, ordinance calendar number 7511, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on the receipt of submissions by the St. Tammany Parish Department of Planning and Development and/or the issuance of permits by the Department of Permits and Inspections for construction or placement of any new residence or dwelling within Tammany Forest subdivision as described in the attached recorded plat located within the geographic boundaries of Council District 7, east of Highway 434, on the east and west sides of Barry Todd Road. Mr. Impastato? We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Kugel. Seeing no other questions, please vote your machines. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Corbin, did you want to speak? Yes, sir.
Before we vote, my only question is, Joe, I know these are things that that you've wanted for some time, or that you've wanted, and you brought them in, and I understand the original rationale. Is there a sunset that when something happens will cause these to go away?
Yes, there's a sunset on both of them.
Here you go.
One area has chronic drainage issues, and we are working on plans to repair those issues. When we have a plan in place and we know we're able to fund the implementation of that plan, we will lift that moratorium. The other area is the area that went 7 days without water. They constantly have issues with water. We don't want to do any more building in that area until we get that resolved. Does that answer your question?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, it does. That's what I was looking for, Joe, is just to understand what's the end game that's going to cause these to eventually be lifted.
We always have it.
Thank you. I just didn't remember what it was.
All right, so we had, please vote your machines.
The motion passes with 13 yeas, 1 nay, and no one absent.
All right. Item number 5, ordinance calendar number 7512, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of certain property and/or the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development for the construction or placement of certain buildings or structures on property in the area bounded by 11th Street, Harrison Avenue, Highway 59, Fire Tower Road, 5th Avenue, and Hellenberg Road, all as more particularly described herein on the attached map. This is going to be in Ward 3, Districts 5 and 11. Mr. Phillips?
I so move.
All right. A motion to adopt, motion and second by Mrs. Casavon? Yes. Seeing no other questions, let's vote our machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 6, ordinance calendar number 7513, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the west side of Louisiana Highway 1077, south of Interstate 12, Covington, and which property comprises a total of 4 acres of land, more or less, from its A3 to a HC2, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Smith?
Yes, thank you. Again, this is a proposed ordinance. We've had several community meetings to look at this property. This is not the original way it was presented. At one point, the presentation was the 12 acres roughly being converted to HC2, which would have made this commercial property abut residential areas. In this case, this negotiated proposed ordinance, the 4 acres will be out on the highway, abutting nothing but other commercial property, and the residentially owned, the remaining 8 acres, let's call it, of the same people that own the property that they're asking to convert to Highway Commercial 2. So it's their property. None of the current residents will be affected, in my opinion, by these 4 acres that will be less than a quarter of a mile from I-12 on a State Highway 1077, abutting other commercial properties. I've asked Mr. Shane to come explain the plan and some suggestions that he's going to make, I believe with some deed restrictions, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Shane?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Smith. So, as he has indicated, my clients, the Gennaro family, actually own 12.7 acres at this location, and the original zoning application was to seek HC2 zoning for the entire 12.7 acres. As a result of a long process, We are ultimately asking you, by virtue of this ordinance this evening, to only zone the 4 acres in question along Highway 1077 to HC2, with the remaining current residential zone. In listening to the concerns of residents and also the concerns of Councilman Smith, it was our belief that it would be appropriate for the property owners and petitioners to impose deed restrictions against the property that would prohibit 2 uses, one being apartments and the other being portable storage containers. That is not something that we bring to you this evening as a condition of the zoning, or is it something that we ask you to take into account in your adoption of the ordinance? But we did tell Councilman Smith that we would reduce that commitment to writing in the form of a deed restriction, which has been signed by the owners. This is a multiple executed original, which I will pass to your clerk to be placed in the minutes. And the other original will be recorded tomorrow in the conveyance records of St. Tammany Parish Clerk's Office, so that those uses will not be possible irrespective of the zoning at that location. The last thing I'd like to say is that through that long and difficult process, Mr. Smith had a lot of patience to listen to everyone, not just me and my clients, but also all the constituents that showed a great interest in the case. And I'm proud of the fact that perhaps not everyone is satisfied, but we do not have a chamber full of people this evening on this case. I don't say that to suggest that my clients achieved some incredible victory. Just to the contrary, I think the process produced a result that was somewhat palatable for everyone. And we appreciate the process that he fostered. He really started that process before he was elected, in terms of attending community meetings and showing an interest in the project. Obviously, once elected, but still before he was sworn, he got involved, and it made us, my clients and I, think about things that we could do to perhaps make some commercial in that area more palatable. So thank you. If I could, I'll pass this up to the clerk.
Do we have a motion and a second? All right, and motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Rowling. Please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 7, ordinance calendar number 7514, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Beach Avenue, south of Birch Avenue, Slidell, and which property comprises a total of 0.253 acres of land, more or less, from its A4 to an A4 and MHO, manufactured housing overlay, Ward 8, District 14. Mr. Strickland.
I went out and assessed the area, and there's mobile homes there now, and I don't see any problem with doing it, so I concur with that.
All right, so motion to
approve.
Motion to adopt. Do we have a second? Mr. Corbin? Mr. Smith, you had your light on. Did you want to speak?
No, sir.
All right. All right, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no other questions, please vote.
Need one vote.
Missing one vote, y'all. Check your machines, please.
The motion is unanimous with no
All right, y'all. Item number 8, ordinance calendar number 7515, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the south side of McDonald Road, west of Louisiana Highway 1077, Covington, and which property comprises a total of 1 acre of land, more or less, from its present A1 to an A2, Ward 1, District 3. Mrs. Casabon? We have and a second by Mr. Impastato. Seeing no other questions, please vote your machines. Item number 9. Oh, sorry. I'm jumping too fast.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 9, ordinance calendar number 7516, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel of land located on the north side of Varnadour Road, east of LA Highway 25, Folsom, and which property comprises a total of 19.44 acres of land, more or less, from its present A1 suburban MHO overlay and rural overlay to an A2 MHO overlay and rural overlay, Ward 2, District 3. Mrs. Casabon? All right, second by Mrs. Tanner. Seeing no comments, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 10, ordinance calendar number 7518, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the southeast corner of Gauze Boulevard and Westminster Road, Slidell, which properly comprises a total of .72 acres of land, more or less, from its present highway commercial to highway commercial 2 and entertainment overlay, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Strickland.
So move.
Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Corbin. Seeing no other lights, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 11, ordinance calendar number 7519, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the south side of Dr. T.J. Smith Expressway, Pearl River, which property comprises a total of 1.25 acres of land, more or less, from its present I-4 Heavy Industrial District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay to an I-3 Heavy Industrial District and an MHO Overlay, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Kugel? All right. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Impastato. Mr. Strickland, your light's on. Did you wish to speak? Nope. No. All right. All right, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no others, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 12, ordinance calendar number 7520, ordinance to amend the 2024 operating budget, Amendment 4. I'm sorry? Yep. All right. And a second by Mrs. Tanner. Seeing no... Yeah. 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 All right. Seeing no other questions, please vote your machines.
I like that idea, though.
Mr. Impastato, what was your vote? You have to say it now.
Yes, yes.
With a verbal yes from Mr. Impastato, the motion is unanimous.
All right, item number 13, ordinance calendar number 7521, ordinance to amend the 2024 operating budget, amendment number 5. Mr. Impastato. Mrs. Tanner. Seeing no lights, let's please vote our machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 14, ordinance calendar number 7522, ordinance to amend the 2024 operating budget amendment number 6. Mr. Impastato, Mr. Burke. Seeing no comments, please vote your machines.
Need 2 more.
Y'all check your machines. We're missing 2 votes.
With verbal yeas from Mr. Strickland, Mr. Bender, the motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 15, ordinance calendar number 7523, ordinance to amend the 2024 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 10. Mr. Impastato, Mrs. Tanner. Seeing no lights, please vote your machines. That's the easiest way to say it.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Item number 16, ordinance calendar number 7524, ordinance to amend the 2024 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 11, economic development capital projects. Mr. Impastato, Mrs. Tanner. Seeing no comments, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Item number 17, ordinance calendar number 7525, ordinance to amend the 2024 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 12, parish-wide roads and drainage capital projects. Mr. Impastato, Mrs. Tanner, seeing no comments, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Item number 18, ordinance calendar number 7526, ordinance to amend the 2024 operating budget amendment number 7. Mr. Impastato, Mrs. Tanner, seeing no comments, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Item number 19, ordinance calendar number 7527, ordinance authorizing the Parish of St. Tammany, Parish of St. Tammany through the Office of the Parish President to accept an act of dedication and donation of water and sewer lines along a portion of 4th Avenue, Ward 3, District 5.
He's got his light on.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips?
I just had a question. If it's not in your district, does that, I mean, I don't disagree with doing it. It's not in my district, I don't think.
If it's his district.
Oh, you're questioning the actual
Location. Yeah. I think that's in Covington, right?
Larry, I think this might be you or me. Mm-hmm. Is that you? Okay, so let's make a correction. It should be District 2. All right. So moved. Do we have a second? Yep. All right, Mr. Impastato, seeing no comments, please vote your machines. And we'll make that correction.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 20, ordinance calendar number 7528, ordinance to authorize the Parish of St. Tammany through the Office of the Parish President to amend an existing conservation servitude with Delta Land Holding Company, LLC, River Club Development, LLC, and the United States Army Corps of Engineers, New Orleans District, to amend restrictions against division, partition, subdivision, or conveyance, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Smith? Okay. Mr. Rowling, seeing no comments, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 21, ordinance calendar number 7529, ordinance authorizing the Parish of St. Tammany through the Office of the Parish President to accept a perpetual drainage servitude for drainage improvements and maintenance, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Kugel? So moved. Do we have a second? All right, seeing no, Mr. Impastato. All right, seeing no comments, please vote your machine.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, that concludes our ordinances for adoption. Moving over to off the floor, and then we'll go to appointments. All right. So in order to, we need a unanimous vote of all members present to open off the floor. Mr. Kugel, you have your light on?
I just wanted to remind you, I have a voice off the floor after this.
Yeah, we have that right afterwards, sir. Did you want to make a motion to open to off the floor?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
All right, motion by Mr. Kugel, second by Mr. Impastato. This is to open the off the floor agenda. Please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, first item is a resolution in support of the proposed Senate Bill number 397 and the filing of an amicus curiae brief to the Louisiana Supreme Court relative to historical horse racing.
So moved.
You want to discuss it? All right. Yep. Sure. Okay. All right, so I'm going to let legal explain, and then Mr. Corbin, you can have the first comment, if that's okay.
So last year, the state legislature authorized legislation to allow these historical horse racing machines to be placed in off-track betting facilities that already have a license. And there are 2 of such facilities in St. Tammany Parish, one in Covington and one in Slidell. These machines, as they've been explained to me, I'm not very familiar with them, they actually run old horse races, but with anonymous information, so you can't go back and look at who the winner was. And they function kind of like a slot machine, and you just make your bet, press the button, and the old races run, and you find out if you won or not. So the issue with that is that a judge in the 19th JDC in East Baton Rouge has determined that this is a new form of gaming, And like any other new form of gaming, if the residents of any parish has not approved that as a ballot initiative, then it requires a vote of the people. Just like when we had the casino come up a couple of years ago. Since the parish had not previously approved casinos, it had to go to a vote of the people. This is the same thing. It's a new form of gaming, and so it should go to a vote of the people. So what this resolution itself does, it actually supports some legislation that was introduced by Senator Patrick McMath, which seeks to remove St. Tammany Parish as one of the jurisdictions that allows placement of these horse racing machines. That is proposed legislation that I don't think has yet been heard in committee. And it also supports a friend of the court brief, an amicus curiae brief to the Louisiana Supreme Court to say that St. Tammany Parish supports the position of the judge in the 19th JDC that says this is a new form of gaming and the people should have the option to vote whether they want that new gaming to be in our parish or not.
All right, so Mr. Corbin and then Mr. Bender and Mr. Kugel.
I candidly don't have much to offer more than what Emily just explained. That was exactly how it had been explained to me, that this is a new form of gambling. It's perceived and implied that it is horse racing. It is not horse racing, it's slots. And so I understand it. I just wanted to reinforce that.
All right. Mr. Bender?
I just want to say I learned about this a couple of years ago. It's the craziest form of gambling I've ever heard of. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that it's not possible that there's a jockey living somewhere, okay, who goes, hey, that's me getting on that horse.
I won that one.
I mean, come on. So I'm going to support this. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Kugel? Go ahead.
Hey, Emily, if you could just clarify, I just pulled up the bill, and it looks like it adds historical horse racing shall not be conducted at any off-track wagering facility located in St. Tammany Parish. So it is adding that as something which is prohibited. Is that correct?
Correct. So he's adding that
adding
that prohibition to the legislation that was passed in the last legislative session.
Okay, and this resolution is in support of prohibiting this?
Yes, in
Okay.
support of that.
Okay.
Gotcha. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, if I understood it right, in 2021, it was passed in the state of Louisiana that this was allowed in off-track betting. If I read and did my investigation, listen, I had no idea this even existed. I'm with Jerry. This is a weird kind of deal. But the way I understand it, you play similar to a slot machine. It pulls up one of maybe 10,000 different races over history. So the chances of you actually knowing who won the race are slim and none. And if you were the jockey on the winning horse and that one of 10,000 races came up, yeah, you'd have an advantage. But it is allowed in off-track betting today. So I think what Senator McMath's bill is going to be asking is to eliminate it, if I understood it correctly.
In St. Tammany?
In St. Tammany.
Yeah. All right, so Mr. Kugel?
I make a motion to adopt.
All right, we have a motion to adopt. Do we have a second? Mr. Impastato? Seeing no other comments, can we please vote our machines?
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Item number 2, resolution to appoint Martha Casabon, Joe Impastato, and Patrick Burke, and then to confirm the reappointments of Deputy Chief Brett Eibert as the Sheriff's appointee, Chief Mike Farrell as the Municipal Police Chief's appointee, and Chief Merrick Tassan as the District Fire Chief's appointee to the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Communication District Number 1. And this is, okay, Mrs. Tanner, do we have a second? Mr. Kugel? All right, seeing no other comments, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, Mr. Kugel?
So I make a motion to open the floor to voice.
Yeah. We have one matter right before yours, David.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I will entertain, although I don't like it, apparently this board needs to be staffed immediately, is that correct? So do we want to?
Oh, yeah.
Suspend the rules.
Yeah,
to
I
adopt.
motion to suspend the rules.
All right, so Mr. Impastato, we have a motion to suspend the rules. Do we have a second? Second. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Seeing no, the second was Mr. Burke. Please vote your machines.
That motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, and Mr., oh, we do need to stagger their terms, don't we? Okay, all right, we'll go back to it. And going back to Mr. Kugel?
I would need to have, what is the procedure for this, Emily? Just a voice off the floor for the directional borrowing ordinance due to emergency nature?
So you need a motion to open the floor to a verbal. So
I need to make a motion to open the floor to a verbal.
Second by Mr. Corbin. All right, let's vote.
This is for the emergency.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
So Grant, I appreciate you waiting all night, and he's going to talk about just why this is necessary and also why it's an emergency. Thank you, Grant.
I think I'm going to do it.
All right, I'll leave it like that. The emergency nature of this is, I think we've had several outages of water. We've had several gas lines struck. We've had an electric line struck. This has become pretty urgent just because of citizens being without water. The Utilities Council's been working on this for a few months. I think when Crossgates had multiple outages of water within a week, we were asked to expedite this, and we've expedited it. So we come up with new directional drilling rules to require permits. We have an application set up, and we have a safety plan in place as part of this ordinance. We have permit certification, so they'll have to apply for a permit. There's these 11, qualifications they'll have to hit. One of the main thing is we were concerned about an emergency not holding up the emergency and not stopping the repairs and causing further delays. So we actually put, if they apply for an 811 permit and 811 grants, the emergency will basically waive this process and allow the repairs to take place if directional boring is required.
Awesome. Do we have a motion?
Anyone have any questions? I move.
Nope. Oh, Mr. Bender, I apologize.
I don't know if Grant's the right person, but why do they keep hitting lines? I mean, we hear about this, before a homeowner does anything, dial, what is it, 211 or 311?
811.
811. I mean, these guys aren't dialing 811?
There's different things that have happened. Sometimes they'll dial 811, they'll get marked. Sometimes the crews aren't educated enough to know what the different markings are for, and we've seen a drill go right through a blue line, which indicates water, and bust a line. That's rare, but we've actually in this ordinance we've required 811 training to verify that everyone's aware what the markings are for and what's in place. Sometimes the markings are off because it's older technology. So when the mapping was done, it wasn't to the centimeter, it was maybe to the foot, or the lines are just not in the place that they think they are. So there's multiple things that have happened here. What we're trying to do is basically just put as much safety in place as possible and make sure that the right things are being done and the most precautions are being taken, so we keep our citizens with utilities. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just, I think this allows St. Tammany Parish to actually set the standard, and I think this is going to be going forward. I think other municipalities are going to adopt some version of this. Other parishes, I understand, are interested as well, because this is a widespread problem, and I think this is absolutely the way to start addressing it. And I appreciate Grant and all you guys' hard work.
Clint as well.
Yeah, and Clint, absolutely.
This process.
And so I want to make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, and a second by Mr. Corbin. All right.
Thank you.
Great job, Grant. Thank you. Seeing no other comments, please vote your machines.
The motion Motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, moving back to appointments. Item number 1, resolution to appoint 9 members to fill regular seats, of which terms have expired, and 2 members to fill alternate seats on the Board of Commissioners for the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is parish-wide. Nominations were made and closed at the February 8th meeting. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Ashley, do you have my daughter's votes too? So. All right, so for the first round, we're going to be voting on 9 people. So we're just voting for the regular. What's today, the 4th? Is it still the 4th?
Well, you can be meeting up state legislators, and you well, there you go. Get up early with the legislators and sleep. No, but those are, so we're just talking about our legislators. HHR, which Emily explains about it. They're doing their job, explains breakfast and coffee. Everybody get over here. We're gonna make the giddy up. We're gonna make the giddy up early. I made one. I haven't. His name is Randy Austin from Florida. Yeah. No, he hasn't. Oh, he is. Oh, how about you? If you meet somebody who's fair, that's right. How you doing? See, I like to come shake hands with everybody in the audience, but I wait until everybody leaves, so I have like 7 people to shake hands with. How you doing? Great to see you today.
Y'all, I think we did it. Please take your seats. Yep. All right, so what we're going to do is you should have got your votes back to you. We're going to just read aloud what we did, and we're going to go in reverse order. So, Mr. Strickland, would you like to start us off?
First on Lisa.
Yep.
Hold on.
Oh, wait.
Press your light.
Press your light so I can put you on the... Press it. There we go.
Can you hear me now? Lisa Siufi, Dave Doherty, John Gaines, Master Jason Horn, Ben Martino, Gary Narcisse, Tom Sager, Robert Trancasco, and Philip Truzillo.
All right. Mr. Corbin. Oh, sorry. Jeff, would you please turn your light on again? I turned you off. There you go.
Dave Doherty, John Gaines, Master Jason Horn, Ben Martino, Pat Milligan, Gary Narcisse, Tom Seeger, Robert Troncaso, Philip Truxillo, and that's it.
All right. Mr. Bender, please press your light. And please read your votes.
Okay, and this is not considering alternates.
No, sir, not tonight.
Gotcha. Dave Doherty, Carlo Hernandez, Master Jason Horn, Ben Martino, Gary Narcisse, Tom Seeger, Robert Troncaso, Philip Truxillo, and Fritz Walker.
All right, thank you. Ms. O'Brien.
John Gaines, Carlo Hernandez, Master Jason Horn, Ben Martino, Jaron Narcisse, Tom Seeger, Robert Troncaso, Philip Truxillo, and Fritz Walker.
Thank you. Mr. Kugel.
Lisa Quiffy, our A.G. Crow, John Gaines, Ben Martino, Pat Milligan, Tom Seeger, Robert Troncaso, Philip Truxillo, Fritz Walker.
Thank you. Mr. Burke.
Lisa Sielfi, A.G. Crow, Dave Doherty, John Gaines, Pat Milligan, Jaron Narcisse, Robert Troncaso, Philip Truxillo, and Fritz Walker.
Thank you. Mr. Impastato.
Lisa Siufi, David Doherty, John Gaines, Master Jason Horn, Pat Milligan, Gary Narcisse, Tom Seeger, Philip Truxillo, and Fritz Walker.
Thank you. I'll do me. Lisa Siufi, A.G. Crow, Dave Doherty, John Gaines, Master Jason Horn, Pat Milligan, Gary Narcisse, Robert Troncaso, and Fritz Walker.
All right. Dave Doherty, John Gaines, Master Jason Horn, Ben Martino, Pat Milligan, Jared Narcissus, Tom Seeger, Robert okay, whatever, and Philip Truxillo.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Phillips?
I'm going to go backwards. No, just kidding. Dave Doherty, John Gaines, Hernandez, Martino, Milligan, Narcisse, Seeger, Troncaso, Truxillo.
Thank you. Mrs. Seiden?
Lisa Siufi, John Gaines, Carlo Hernandez, Ben Martino, Pat Milligan, Garen Narcisse, Robert Troncaso, Philip Truxillo, and Fritz Walker.
Thank you. And Mrs. Casamon, please?
I'll do the first name. Lisa, Dave, John, Carlos, Ben, Jaron, Tom, Philip, and Fritz.
Thank you. Mr. Rowling?
Can y'all turn your microphones on, please?
Yeah. Press, yep, thank you, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. Crow, Dory, Gaines, Hernandez, Mr. Horn, Marino, Milligan, Narcisse, Seeger, and Mr. Walker.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Smith?
Lisa Siufi, John Gaines, Carlo Hernandez, Master Jason Horn, Ben Martino, Pat Milligan, Jaron Narcisse, Robert Troncaso, Fritz Walker.
All right, thank you. That's everybody. Madam Clerk?
What am I doing?
Or do you want me to do it?
I can do it, but I just need to know what I need
Just
to
read the totals of each.
Yep.
Received yay votes.
So just the yay votes, or not everybody?
If you want to just go down the list and just tell us how many votes each got, that way we'll know who got the most votes, and if we have 9 that received 8 or more votes, then those will be seated, the ones that got the most votes.
Lisa Ciufi received 8 votes. A.G. Crow received 4 votes. Dave Doherty received 10 votes. John Gaines received 13. Carlo Hernandez received 7. Master John Horn received 8. Ben Martino received 11. Pat Milligan received 10. Garen Narcisse received 13. Tom Seeger received 10. Robert Troncoso received 10. Philip Truxillo received 11. And Fritz Walker received 10.
So the 9 that received the most votes over 8 would be the 9 that are seated.
So the 9 that are seated are Dave Doherty, John Gaines, Ben Martino, Pat Milligan, Garen Narcisse, Tom Seeger, Robert Troncoso, Philip Truxillo, and Fritz Walker.
All right.
And then we'll have 2 alternate seats, so we can take nominations for those.
Okay. All right. So we have seated, it appears that we have seated the Planning and Zoning Commission. Congratulations. All right. All right. Congratulations are in order for Mr. Binder and for Mr. Corbin for the new system.
Ask them to make sure they sign their papers.
Okay.
and turn the back in the-
Everybody make sure you sign your votes and turn it back into Katrina.
You don't have to do it right this moment.
We can, or we can wait and do it next month. Open the floor for nominations.
No, let's just. Huh? Jason won. No, he didn't. Oh, he didn't?
Would you run off the 9 people again?
Yeah.
One time?
All right. So it's been requested that I read through the people who've.
The way I have it, it's these with these numbers right here.
Yeah. All right. So just so everybody hears again, the new commission is going to be Dave Doherty, John Gaines, Ben Martino, Pat Milligan, Garen Narcisse, Tom Seeger, Robert Troncoso, Philip Truxillo, and Fritz Walker. All right, moving on. Item number 2, resolution to appoint 4 members to fill regular seats of which terms have expired, 2 members to fill alternate seats on the Board of Zoning Adjustments parish-wide. Nominations were made on February 8th, 2024. This was postponed, and they serve 4-year concurrent terms with council members.
Wait, I don't think that's right.
No, it's 5 years.
5.
terms.
Yeah. All right, we have a new ballot, y'all, and we pick 4. Yeah. 5-year terms, I apologize.
I'm on my game, Katrina.
Barely.
That's the difference between me.
Yeah, I agree.
Not tonight. We're going to do the alternates next month. All right, do y'all want to do that?
Turn your
All right, everybody, we're going to get back to go. Jimmy, did you turn in your ballot for P&Z? Okay. All right, we're missing. We're
have your paper.
mine or Jimmy's?
Jimmy.
Yeah. Okay. You got it, Ashley? All right. All right, we're going to go the opposite way this time and read our votes. Mr.
Ready to turn that lights on.
Mr. Smith.
Okay. Tom Ballantyne, Michael Blanche, Christy Thomas Burke, Ron Glockner.
Christy Thomas, by the way.
Yeah.
She's not married to Patrick.
Oh, that's what I was confused.
Okay.
Oh, nominated her.
I was about to say, I hope it didn't affect the
I'll be in trouble, my wife.
Am I done?
You're good. Take your rip.
Moving on.
Moving on. Mr. Rowling.
Tom, Michael, Christie, Shanna.
Thank you. Mrs. Casabon, please turn your light on. All right, please read your votes.
Michael, Christie, Ron, and Shayna.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Seiden.
Tom Ballantyne, Michael Blanche, Christy Thomas Burke, and Ron Glockner.
Thank you. Mr. Pat Phillips.
Christy Thomas, Michael Blanche, Tom Ballantyne, and Shanna Tranchant.
All right. Mrs. Tanner, please turn your light on.
Tom, Michael, Ron, and Shane.
All right, I voted for Michael, Christy, Ron, and Shayna. Mr. Impastato, please turn your light on.
Michael, Christie, Ron, and Shayna.
Thank you. Mr. Burke, please turn your light on.
Michael, Christy, Ron, and Shayna.
Thank you. Mr. Kugel.
Michael, Christie, Ron, and Shayna.
Thank you. Miss O'Brien.
Tom, Michael, Christie, Ron.
Thank you. Mr. Bender.
Yes, Tom, Michael, Christy, and Shayna.
Thank you. Mr. Corbin.
Tom, Michael, Christie, Tom Ballantyne, Michael Blanche, Christy Thomas, and Ron Glockner.
Thank you. And Mr. Strickland.
Tom, Michael, Christie, and Shayna.
Thank you. All right. So do we have our numbers?
Yes, we do.
All right. All right, pass them back to the clerk.
So the votes were as follows. Tom Ballantyne received 9. Michael Blanche received 14. Christy Thomas received 13. Ron Glockner received 10. Shayna Tranchant received 10. So to be seated as follows, if we're following the most over 8, the 4 on the board would be Michael Blanche, Christy Thomas, Ron Glockner, and Shayna Tranchant.
All right. Good job, y'all. All right, moving on to number 4, resolution.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Pausing for a second.
Thank you.
All right. Are we ready? All right. Moving on to number 4, resolution to appoint Paul Nelson, George Frickin, and Joseph Landry to the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Sewage District Number 1. Mr. Phillips.
I so move.
All right. Do we have a second by Mr. Rowling? Seeing no comments, let's vote our machines. Oh, yeah.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Okay. I've been made aware of one thing we need to do. We do need to stagger the terms of the Board of Adjustments. All right? So for the first person, P&Z is concurrent, but Board and BOA is staggered.
Okay.
All right, so the first person we have is it Michael Blanche? Michael Blanche is going to go to a 3-year term.
Christy Thomas.
Christy Thomas is going to get a 1-year term.
Ron Glockner.
Ron Glockner is going to get a 2-year term,
And Shayna Transit.
5-year term.
President's appointee Sean Bailey has a 4-year term.
Yeah, the president already got the 4-year spot.
How did you pick those terms? How did you do that?
How do we guess? We picked them out of a hat, out of a cup. I am clairvoyant. I have superpowers in District 11. All right, moving on to number 5, resolution to reappoint Albert Holly, Shannon Thornhill, and appoint Adam Hurst and Kirby Craddock to the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Fire District Number 7. Mrs. Tanner, this is your district, and Mr. Kugel.
Yes, we jointly do this, so I make a motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And these go to 2-year staggered terms. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote your machines.
Oops, sorry. Motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, Albert Holly, 2-year term. Shannon Thornhill, 1-year term. Adam Hurst, 1-year term. And Kirby gets a 2-year term. Item number 6, resolution to reappoint Scott Newton, Bart Solu, Charles Brandon Harrell, and to appoint Larry Root and to the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Recreation District Number 11. Mrs. Tanner, this is your district.
I make the motion.
All right, and they serve 5-year terms. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Rowling, let's vote our machines.
Missing one.
Oops, I'm sorry, I forgot.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, we're getting ready to prep for staggers. All right, so Scott Newton. Scott Newton's going to get a 2-year term. Bart is going to get a 1-year term. Charles, 5-year term. And Larry, a 3-year term.
And President's appointee has a 4-year term.
President's appointee has a 4-year term. Okay, moving on to number 7. Resolution to appoint Michael Therrod to fill a vacant seat on the Board of Commissioners for Sub-Drainage Number 2, Gravity Drainage District Number 5. Mr. Phillips, and this is for an unstaggered 5-year term.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? All right, second. We have Mr. Strickland. Please vote your machines.
Motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right, number 8, resolution to reappoint Laura Heinz Prisco, Charles Caplice, and Kimberly Howard Brechel, and to appoint Alex Carollo and Sandra Bonnet to the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Commission on Cultural Affairs. Mr. Carollo has respectfully declined, so it is open to other nominees that we can add at this point. Larry, did you have somebody?
Yes. Aaron Ricky Rowan.
Aaron.
Rowan, R-O-W-A-N.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Corbin?
I'd like to make a motion to postpone the fulfillment of that last slot until we have a chance to go look for names.
Okay, so you're Maureen, you're second. Okay. All right, we have a procedural motion on the floor, so that takes precedent. Don't see anybody else. Oh, Mr. Strickland, did you want to? Okay. All right, so we need to take a vote on that. So this is
A postponement of the entire.
no, this is just a postponement of the open slot. Right. So we're going to reappoint and appoint the 3 and leave 1 vacant.
The 4, and then
Yeah, the 4 and leave 1 vacant. Is that correct? Jeff? Yes, sir. All right, please vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kugel, did you want to speak?
Is there any rush to fill all positions?
Jean?
I'm still confused.
I know.
So you waiting for
No,
this?
there's
Okay.
there's no exact rush to do it, but I mean, we do like to have the full board for, you know, just to have the full board. If they all expired, they expired in December. So I mean, this board follows the Robert rules, and we have to have quorum, and it's public hearing. So you know, it would be good to have all the seats filled.
Okay, but is anything going to, assuming this waits for a month? Okay.
No, we vote without these. We've been operating without the other two vacancies.
Okay.
But I was going to say,
Maureen?
doesn't the current board just continue in position?
I think
until-
they don't have a quorum, correct?
That's it? That's-
No, the current board has been operating, yes, until the new positions are
Right.
filled. But currently, the two vacant positions for the council, those people are not attending the current meetings.
Do they know they're supposed to? Until the new
They
board is
resigned
seen?
from the board.
Oh, an official resignation. Okay.
Yes.
We should approve the one we just voted for.
We should approve the, yes, it would be wonderful if you approved the ones that you just voted for, and then, the open one, we can operate without it, but I welcome it. We have a commission meeting on Tuesday of next week, so, you know, I'm sure the commission will also provide recommendations. They normally do.
Okay.
We meet on the third floor of Building B in the staff conference room.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we have a motion and a second
What's the motion?
to postpone the one vacancy and to move forward with the other ones. All right, can we do it all in one
Okay,
motion?
the motions.
All right.
Never mind, I got it.
Yep, that's Jeff and Jimmy. Oh, sorry, Jeff and Maureen.
Yeah, I
Oh,
got
sorry.
Maureen. I got you, girl.
We got you. All right, when we're ready, please vote your machines.
You will vote on the rest of them and then suspend and adopt if you want to push.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
All right,
2 more votes.
what 2 more votes?
To vote to seat these others.
They just did it all this month.
Then, if that was included in that motion, then we just need to suspend and adopt.
All right.
Motion to suspend the rules and adopt.
Are those equipment expired or
N-
Not on the list. 4-year concurrent terms with
But
us.
don't quote that, that's me. Don't quote that.
Yeah, make a motion.
I make a motion to suspend the rules and adopt.
All right, we have a motion to suspend and a second by Maureen. Please vote. Oh, sorry, administration?
Not on this matter, the next matter.
Okay. All right, please vote. What's the next matter? It's adjournment.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
I'd like a moment of personal privilege.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Earlier this evening, we entertained Mr. Joseph Dominic with the Florida Parish's Juvenile Justice District. He indicated that there is a measure on the ballot on April 27th to 3 mills extension and rededication for their tax. But we also want to remind the public that there are other items on the ballot that affect our citizens here in St. Tammany Parish. The city of Slidell has a tax in lieu in perpetuity for the city of Slidell for their purposes. Recreation District Number 1, 6.05 mills. Recreation District Number 2, 4 mills. Recreation District Number 14, 7.63 million bond issue for improvements at that rec district. Fire Protection District Number 5, 10 mil renewal. Fire Protection District Number 6, Proposition 1 of 2. There are 2 propositions for Fire District 6, a 10.12 mil renewal and a 10 mil renewal to serve Fire Protection District number 6. So we want to remind our citizens to go out and vote. There's something on the ballot for everybody. The Florida Parishes Juvenile Justice District is parish-wide, and the others are for your particular district. So thank you very much for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion second. All right, who had 10:45?
I had 11.